Good morning, chat. Good morning, chat. When your morning is good, it is a good morning, chat. That's the wrong one. Don't put it in there. Okay, we're just gonna do the damn thing. To the Discord, to the window. What a surprise! Oh shit, Gazi, man. Okay, Gazi, I love that you. I'm guessing get notified that I'm online. I appreciate you, bud. What a surprise! Let's hope it works well. Things are looking a lot better as far as testing goes from like the previous day and stuff like that. So hopefully we're on a good path. Hello, how are you today? What's up, Kim? Kim's also here on YouTube. Hello, Kim. Um, so hopefully things are going well, and we'll be able to like play and hang out. That being said, we're already dropping a couple frames. Only a little bit though. It dropped like 74, so maybe it's fine. They're still working on it. I'm getting progress updates. Oh right, all my stuff got moved to standard since we were last online. Crap, what was my character name? Here we go. But how's everyone doing? All right. I think things are gonna be a little borked as far as what's available in our stash because we got moved to standard, so we have like all this stuff, obviously. But we're not gonna try to spend too much money. I mean, obviously, this is just more of a showcasing of like what to do and kind of stuff, um, and not necessarily like a true league start thing. It's been so long, they just need to give you free fiber for a year. Yeah, my tech guy, supervisor, his manager, all that kind of stuff says once this is all resolved, they're leaving a lot of notes for support and for me to reach out to support, and they're gonna like give me like credit and stuff like that for a lot of issues that I've been having and whatnot. So not free fiber, but at least get a little back. We do our best to give people patience, but at a certain point, you just gotta push back, a little bit, which is what we did recently. Hopefully, it goes well. For those who may be joining to watch this new, we did the Act 1 through 5 3 or 4 days ago, and then our internet died and we couldn't really stream, so we kind of stopped there. But we have a guide out. Feel free to look at it for Wintertide. This is Wintertide simulating the nerfs to the build. Like, I don't have these 40% of buffs, which, I mean, we lost 50%, but fortunately there's not 10% I can take anywhere. And we anointed this, and then to compensate for those 3 points, I just put 3 points into totem skills, which we don't use any totems because we can't because of Runebinder. So this simulates what the nerf would look like for for a buff effect of golems. Actually, cool. I just got fucked by Comcast once I got a free month, and they basically said no. I've heard like awful things about Comcast, and like once again, it took a longer time than I would like to get shit done. I was probably a little more patient and not as pushy as I probably should have been, considering that this is my full-time job. But I'm really not the kind of person who wants to go yell at people. Like, I'm not like a person who like gets something happens, I'm like, I'm gonna talk to your manager like immediately. I'm not that kind of guy. So I'm trying to get people patience and everything. It's just recently, as we're approaching closer to the PoE launch, I'd be a little more stern. Don't want to do that, especially not in standard. And since I was a little more stern with my concerns and my frustrations, they have been a lot more communicative. They have like teams actively on there who are sending updates and everything, and whatnot. And yeah, the same thing what God said. Like, same, yeah, like, because at a certain point, like, they're working for a corporation, right? It's not like I'm talking to a supervisor of the area. He's not the guy who owns my ISP. If their team's getting constantly pulled off to do projects and stuff like that, he's not the one making that call, kind of a thing. But essentially, the talk we had last StarterCon, this whole thing this week, was like great. So if I got fully understood where he's coming from, where he like if he up to him, he would it would be fixed already kind of thing. It's just all that kind of stuff. And I was like, so if you are unable to help me, then who do we need to escalate this further? Who do I need to talk to make sure people are on this kind of thing? And that's kind of the talk we had. And from that point, he said he was talking to his manager, who was going to escalate it and pull some strings and make sure people are on top of this. And like I get it, like I'm not a corporation. Like they service corporations like Walmart and stuff like that. I'm not a corporation. I don't give them a lot of money per year. But 2 months with like poor service is not great. Even in today's world, like if I even if I wasn't a streamer, people work from home, people do online schooling, people just use the internet a lot, and to have that kind of instability for 2 months is a little bit should be treated a little bit more like an emergency, even if I'm not a mega corporation paying them like X amount of money. And like he was like the guy I talked to was like totally understood. Like he also was very frustrated. Like I said, since that conversation, he talked to his manager. They got it escalated, and things have been better. They've been having teams actively. I see them driving around the neighborhood, troubleshooting things. He sends me like multiple updates a day on stuff. So it's getting better, and hopefully this is the way it should be. And honestly, hopefully we're able to play tomorrow for the launch. Worst case scenario, if I am unable to stream for the launch, I think I'm still going to do my best to play as long as my internet allows me to. And I will record and upload the VOD to YouTube, which removes like the whole fun of talking to chat. But at least like people who maybe fall in the build can kind of see how things went and stuff like that, you know? But hopefully we're doing good. Thank you for anyone who's shown up today. I see a couple people popping into the YouTube chat. Outside of my internet issues, if y'all have any questions about the build or just want to talk about your builds or like ideas you have, I haven't talked about people with PoE for a bit, and I have a lot of ideas. I'm pretty excited for the new league, so feel free to nerd out a little bit with me. Gazi, have you decided what you're doing yet? You still haven't locked in, right? That's what you said yesterday, I think. What you're doing for the launch. But I don't really need to be killing. I'm actually over leveled right now. But once again, at a certain point, you get to the point in Wintertide where things just feel really good, and I just want to vibe with chat and not really optimize my gameplay. You know, to be fair, I'm never an optimized game player in the first place. Like I know some tricks here and there, but I will never be like a 4 or 5 hour campaign Andy. Urshad Zerker is my safe choice. I have no idea what to play. What else do you consider besides Urshad Zerker? Like what are you kind of like leaning towards, but you're worried about like something? Maybe like, oh, this looks really exciting, but I'm a little worried about X, Y, Z. Maybe I can help either affirm those worries or quell your anxiety about something. But Urshad Zucker looks really good though. I myself don't play a lot of slams, but I've been watching, attempting to watch a lot of content. Oh, we need to do lab technically to simulate a league start. So let me go find lab. There it is. Yeah, I don't play a lot of slams, but a lot of people were talking about how good Urshad Zerker is. So I mean, it can't be bad, right? And I want to say, I don't watch Steel Mage a lot, but I did see him doing like a bleed slam person or whatever, right? Want to do E-Blade? Honestly, I love Marshall. Okay, let's go with that. Marshall is also right about a lot of stuff. I still think you can play E-Blade on League Start and it'd be fine. I just don't think that, for instance, if you're following the Lance build, make sure you're not following the Lance specific build about starting Sanctum. Because his Sanctum League Starter is amazing for League Starter Sanctum, but he does call out in that build specifically that this is not the best mapper. If he has another E-Blade build, or he has like maybe since like the last couple of leagues, I haven't followed it since like probably Affliction-ish. I don't remember when we started it, to be honest. But if he's updated it since then to be like, oh, here's a version that's better at mapping or general purpose, and here's a version that's better for Sanctum. If he has a general purpose one, I think it's fine. I think you can start E-Blade and be just okay. just make sure you're not following a guide that's specifically made for Sanctum. If you're following a guide that's made as like a League Start E-Blade build, it's probably fine. Because I even had ideas for starting E-Blade as a League Starter. But it was like E-Blade, self-reflection, and self-reflection crap, minion player. Saw the Bleed thing video from FaZe. It looks a lot. I don't know who FaZe is, I'll be honest. In fact, the more I'm becoming, or the more I'm trying to like become a content creator and stuff like that, and more I like kind of just look at how other people are doing and like seeing what's going on, trends and stuff like that, I've noticed there's a lot of smaller creators like me who push out content builds. So it's a Destiny Day. Thank you, man. Yeah, like I said, I think E-Blade is really cool. I think it's for one, it's a lightsaber, very sweet. Like I said, my biggest worry that I kind of agree with Marshall on that one thing is that I know when I followed when I used to like follow Lance's builds, he specifically made one for Sanctum and then told people not to follow it for original purposes unless you want to struggle a little bit. Thank you, man. Oh, here's the thing. FaZe plays Bleed Slam Slayer, Groundstorm. Oh yeah, Groundstorm Earthshake. I think this is the same one that Steel Mage is doing, right? Man, some of these people. So obviously he has like 16k subscribers, which is obviously way above what I have. I'm like under 500. I'm not even monetized on YouTube yet. But some of these people's editing skills are like really good. I wonder if he does his own editing. Because I look at my own videos and honestly I'm really self-conscious about my own content and whatnot. Like I don't have a lot of skill as far as editing goes, and I don't have the money to pay an editor or anything like that. So it's just me and my wife doing our best. But like some of people's editing is so good. Just from the intro, like it was really cool. Ooh, he also does like different leveling between Thunder and Earthquake and stuff. That's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna watch this full video right now because for one, it's only 6 minutes, which is not bad. But I don't want to watch content while I'm trying to do a playthrough. But the quality looks really good as far as the video goes. I'll check out the POV later probably. But I want to say I saw a few people posting about similar builds and it looks really good. It's all a learning process, yeah. Like I said, we'll get there. Oh, I'm lagging a little bit, so is my frame supposed to drop? There we go. We're getting 2000 ms. Frames dropped a little bit. Hopefully a small hiccup. Hopefully not a major issue. You got this, internet. You can do it. Rage. Buffering on YouTube. Come on. Let me finish the playthrough. Like I said, worst case scenario, if I can't do this live, I will just string this, like record this and upload it as like raw footage or whatever for people to follow along for like League launch. But hopefully, it's just a small hiccup along the path to streaming glory. Another hiccup coming. But what's anyone? If everyone else is in the chat and hanging out, and it's not buffering for you, what are you guys playing for League launch? Are y'all doing something spicy, or is everyone playing Wanderers somehow? Take that jewel actually. What am I? Oh, it's strength for shield charge. That makes sense. I need this to go away. I don't really want that to be. I know we're in standard and things are a little bit broken, but I don't really want that to be popped up right now. Also, thank you for all the. No one's probably here, but in case you ever watch the VODs, thank you for the subscriptions on YouTube for the last couple of days. And I've had a couple followers on Twitch as well. Just following the stream while I was offline. Appreciate you guys. Alright. Looks like our frames have stopped for a little bit at least. So that's nice. Spiking a little bit here and there, but not too bad. I'm pretty excited for a lot of the new stuff. Like, really cool. Really excited to see what the new grafts will do. Like, for instance, I don't think we still know what the Aegis Toll graft does. I assume it's some kind of shield, obviously. But you never know. Ooh, cold dot multi. Cold dot multi with an open suffix, so we can put on cast speed. That's probably super usable. So we love that for us. For those who are watching, are like, this guy has a Ghost Wraith. We dropped a Chaos early on, and we didn't allow ourselves to buy a Ghost Wraith until Act 6, when you would have async trade. And I just used the one that was in my stash already. And then I used the 4-link 4-socket recipe on the crafting bench to simulate what a trade league start would look like. Almost there. Almost can use Malevolence. Obviously, you can choose not to use Purity and use Malevolence instead for a little bit more damage, but man, I just really love Purity Development so much. I think it just makes me lazy, but I love it. First, true. True. Gazi, don't say you were here. Look at that boss damage. Looking smooth. We're dropping a little bit. Like, we've dropped probably 1.5 so far. But it is, I want to say, I just feel more confident in them now that I'm getting at least constant updates. Like, I get like every couple of hours I get text messages about like what they're working on, what they found, what their what's next steps and stuff like that. So the firm talking to seems to have paid off a little bit at least. How you doing, Marshall, though? Marshall, have you decided what you're doing yet for League Start? I know you were testing a few things, right? Oh, have we gotten any contracts? Oh, we have gotten contracts. Okay, so we will showcase what it would look like for us on a League launch once we finish this act. Because usually I think I finish Act 6, and then once I get to Act 7, that's when I usually jump into Heist, because I'll have a couple contracts myself. Is what I usually do, but you can obviously start sooner if you want to. You can start as soon as you get your first contract and your first rogue markers, so you get there. Or you can not do Heist at all if you don't want to Heist right away. I always Heist for a little bit of extra currency early on, especially in trade. But even in SSF, Heisting early is not a bad choice for bubblegum currency. Also, it's good experience for leveling and all that kind of stuff. All right, we need to find. Did I pass up? Oh, I think it's up there. Need to get the Valley of the Fire Drink or whatever kill, right? Aberath, I think. Well, I think I'm just gonna start locking in Peacock Star Pathfinder, intending to swap to Burning Arrow, Conflagration, Blasting Radius. Looks like Deadeye, but Ward and Pathfinder +2. Hey, Gazi. That's pretty sweet. Good old comfort Peacock. I think Pathfinder is probably the one that's the least affected by the nerf to Peacock, right? Go learn to Heist and try this league. It's pretty sweet, especially this league. You don't have to worry about leveling up to rogues, which makes it a little bit better. Before, you might hit a wall where like you want to run a blueprint, but like your guys aren't leveled properly, so you have to like buy or find contracts to level up people properly, which obviously delays things. But now you can kind of just run blueprints right away, right? As long as you have the rogue coins to do it, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, Peaconk, assuming Pathfinder having access to charges, makes the nerd is only minor. Me when the nerd's only minor chat. Smile? No, I, I know, but it was funny to read as nerd. We're also at the point of the campaign where I no longer care about upgrading my flasks. So you'll see these flasks pretty much the entire time until I get into probably yellow maps. But I don't think I'm thinking it's character yellow maps because obviously I was just showing an Act 1 through 10 thing. We might do a little bit of maps. Oh, rolled a crit and it was super effective. The new configuration stuff looks cool. I just I want to see how it works in like practice and how it feels. So I mean, if you end up doing that, let me know how you feel about it. I really want to see some stats on the new Thunderstorm gem, and they're not giving me the information. Not even a little bit of information. Like at least with like some of the gems, you got like the level 20 versions with 20 quality. You didn't get shit with Thunderstorm, other than who can get it in campaign. I don't need a bow. I really want to play, but now I'm working in another province. I won't be able to play until the middle of the month. Please help guy build the KB. Honestly, Kim, I'm probably not going KB this league. You can. There are a lot of content creators out there who are making wander guides. Like literally, probably like 50% of the bigger market is all making wanders because wanders got new stuff this league. So I'm probably not going to make another wander guide for this specific league unless something spicy happens that I'm really excited for. But I'm more excited for like the newer skill gems like Thunderstorm, making some weird builds with like some ascendancy, some building choices and stuff like that. But there are plenty of builds out there, and even if I don't make the guide and you want to follow someone else's guide, if you need help following it, you can always just ask me still in chat in the Discord or come to the stream, and I'll do my best to help you out with it if I can. But I'm not going to fully abandon you because I'm always happy to help people with their builds, even if it's not my own. But I'm very unlikely to make a KB guide this league. Just because of, one, I did so much KB last league, and two, the oversaturation of the market. But there's literally like a bunch of people league starting wander skills, so like you could easily find people who are doing it if you want to league start it. I think a lot of people are doing Elementalist, but I saw some people doing like Guardian, some people doing Trickster, some people doing obviously Warden. I think I missed the area back there, by the way. I'll have to go back eventually, but we're just gonna keep going forward for now. So far, serviceable internet connection, but as we know, sometimes we go like hours with serviceable connection, and then suddenly we just hit a wall. All right, this node I think should allow me to equip this, but it doesn't allow me to do some other stuff, so we might need a little bit more reservation. I could turn off discipline. How much would I lose? I'm at 2,100 right now. Turn off discipline. I only lose a little bit, so we'll turn off discipline and use this for now. We'll lose a couple hundred. Discipline obviously scales better with levels. It gets more flat, and with more investment in the tree, it'll be definitely worth it later on. But once you get your mastery here, and then you get your first little cluster over here for sovereignty. You can run your 250% auras just fine. And then I was able left over if you want to throw something weird in there, like vitality or something. Can't wait for the level up all button. Nessa, I'm gonna help you. Oh. Nope. Honestly, next waypoint, we should definitely go back and do some stuff. I need to see if this new scepter I just found is more damage, which probably is because it's cold multi on it. But I would also have to add another link to it and hopefully get a blue socket. I guess I don't necessarily need it to, because one of these can be I can change it to discipline. Because I'm not actively using it, I can put discipline in my offhand leveling, and be just fine. So that might be actually the play, just since I'm not using it discipline right now. Sorry. But it's a little itchy, so I'm gonna get a cough drop. Like candy, chat. Alright, right now it shows 1534. None of these are giving me, oh, this one is, so 1534. $17.13. So yeah, this does more damage automatically, which is nice. So we'll put Frostbomb in here, and technically I'm not going to because I don't want to look up what crafts are available to me at this time because I have all crafts unlocked, unfortunately, because we're in standard. But technically you have open suffix here, so if you have like a cast speed at this point, you can craft cast speed on here. If you have like just damage over time multiplier, I don't think you can craft that actually. You only have to craft the cooldown damage multiplier, right? Yeah. But there is like a generic damage over time thing. I think that's a prefix though. So there's other things you can craft for suffixes to make more damage here if you really need to. But I will not be doing that, like I said, simply because my brain just died. Where is stuff at? There it is. Simply because I am losing my mind. Alright, we lost some golems. We lost this golem. We lost this golem. I have Frostblink. I have Frostblink on Automate, so it's blinking me around randomly. That was funny. Okay. Get it off now. I was like, what is happening? I was like, oh, right, I just put an automation because of Link's smile. But I hope you guys are having a good day before launch. Everyone excited? We're like, what, like 26, 27-ish hours away from league launch? Sure, everyone's looking around for what build they want to do. Oh shit, I have Rogue's Marker? I convinced a majority of my friends to play Wintertide. Smile. I'm a Wintertide salesman, chat. I wish I had like the last month back to be able to stream like with good internet, because there's like I have so many things I wanted to test out, but we just didn't get a chance to really do it. All right, I probably should pull up my guide instead of just winging it. To be following my guide to show that it's working. So let me pull up my guide real quick. Sorry, we're a bit of a mess today, chat. All right, we are in Act 6, I believe. At this point, our gyms don't really change. That being said, in the new league, you should easily be able to Right. I was like, this is different. And I was like, oh, right, because I made this choice to sit like this. Got it. Now we're starting to move this way. Head on over here, grab this other stuff. Perfect. But in the new league, you probably will be able to get a 5 link by this point in the Genesis tree if what Ziggy D showed in his video is still accurate and they didn't like nerf how the tree interacts early on. It's like he like printed or he grew multiple 5 links around like Act 4 or 5. So if that's the case, you'll have a 5 link by this point. You can throw in Swift Affliction into your build, which I have somewhere. I think it's in my back bar. You get it from Ciosa as a reward for free. You already do Ciosa for hypothermia and faster attacks. I'm over spamming my stuff right now. Oop. You don't need to spam. Like you can see, I have like 5 brands. I'm spamming it for no reason. In fact, if anything, it's hurtful to spam that way. Because you will overwrite your oldest brand who likely has the most amount of stacks on, thus reducing your damage. It's okay if you do it. Like I said, like I'm doing it just fine. It doesn't like hinder me too much, but I'm not here for perfect play. Mostly just teach people if they're feeling a bit lacking to not, you don't have to overspam. The brands last a good amount of time too. I think it says it on there. Yeah, it can be detached for 12 seconds, and it can be attached for 4. So I can sit out here next to me for 12 seconds without me having to resummon it, as long as no one else comes by. More duration obviously makes more better. This wand sucks. All wands and scepters, I would pick up rare ones at least, because you never know if you're going to hit +1. Is that like fired up multi there? Obviously, I don't need fired up multi. But if it was like cold up multi and like +1 cold spells, then it'd be like Giga Juice, obviously. What's up, buddy? Alright, so once we hit a waypoint, we would go back to town. So let's do that real quick. In fact, Gazi, are you still here? I mean, this is the same card we already have, so we can go with it. But if you, for instance, if you didn't have the gloves, you could always get this. Or if you, for some reason, want it red, like for instance, I have over here for my Flame Golem, you can kind of just say whatever you need. Especially if you're going through Armor ES version, which is probably what I'll lean towards this league if I play this build, because I don't have as much testing on the Armor ES version. I have more testing on the Evasion Energy Shield version. So I think I want to lean this way so I can help expand the guide more in the future. But for this playthrough, I am going to obviously just pick the one that matches the links I already have in that spot. 19 ES, perfect. 62 ES, perfect. All right, so we're obviously going to change this around. And this is our Bone Chill. We could have Unbound Ailments on here by this point, but I don't think the extra damage is not bad, so I'm going to keep it. I actually don't care about upgrading my shield as much. You could, obviously, like this is without any stats, already double the armor, but okay. I probably should do better play, so I will attempt to check the armor out. Or check the thing out. We said it is armor evasion, so who really cares, right? But a lot of energy shield. Sorry, not a lot of energy shield. A lot of elemental resistances and a little bit of strength, which is what we need. So we can try to do this. I need 2 red and a green. 2 red, green. 2 red, green. 2 red, green. We hit it here, chat? This is why we don't do this. I probably could have settled on one of the other things. I just didn't think about doing math. All right. So once you get an Act 6, you start to get rogue markers like this, and you can start to get contracts. Like I got 2 of them here. All right, I'm gonna get to sell this thing so it's on my inventory. We can look to upgrade our belt, or one of my favorite things to do is to look for a dexterity strength amulet. But the issue is, I think we need way more dexterity than we need strength, so pure dex is usually better. So we're probably just going to go for the upgraded belt. Which is not an upgraded belt at all. It's actually a trash belt, so... we're going to throw this away too, because I don't feel like waiting for colors. All these travel nodes. Alright. So, right click on the rogue marker. Opens it up to the rogue harbor. It's the only time you have to do that now, because once you get here the first time, this guy is a waypoint. It'll be on the side over here as well for you to get here. Previously, that was not the case, but that's the way it is. It's just, oh, right, because I already done the quest. So typically when you come here for the first time in the league, you'll have like a quest with Kurai to like walk around and talk to everybody and do all kinds of stuff. Obviously, these are level 45. I'm level 51, so these are pretty easy. But essentially what you want to do is just run the contracts you have. And then when you run out of contracts, you can go to the barber right here. And you can purchase items from him. See, these are usually 2-year level when you first start. So like for instance, mine 51, it actually worked out well. They cost either alchemies or chances usually, which you can kind of see here. The best ones to buy for early currency are demolition contracts. But eventually, what I essentially do is I just like buy them all at some point once I get a lot of currency. But do I have demolition already to showcase? No, I'll buy a demolition one just to showcase why I would like demolition. Chance orbs aren't too bad. They're pretty much the same thing you use for maps anyway. So, yeah, so you want to buy demolition, but you can also just run the ones you already have. But demolition is special. You can also scour these down because, like I said, there's no benefit to having mods on here, but like at the same time, early on scours are not really available. You put in whoever you want. For these 3 options, you can hover over to see what they do. This guy has a chance to duplicate contents of chests, but he has a chance to raise more level. So less chest opened if he raises the level. This guy gets you an unlock of 2 chests on the way out of the wing once it's locked down. And this is just a powerful combatant. Gives you a buff and gives you more experience gain. So it's kind of, I like these 2 options the most. If you want more loot, typically Tibbs is best. If you want a little bit more experience, this guy's best. I hate using this guy unless I have to. And the only time you have to is if you're running a demolition level 5, because he's the only one that will make demolition level 5. I see this guy's maxed at 4, this guy's maxed at 3. I like Tibbs. Tibbs is amazing. I love Huck too, but for loot, Tibbs is typically good. But this is what I usually do on League Start. Obviously, I don't do it as slowly. I'm trying to explain a little bit for people who want to do a little bit of heisting around level 50. So the goal is to go through your whole level here, get to the end of the curio, and loot it up. That being said, the reason we like demolition, so this is the demolition contract. See this little over here on the left side? You can see like a question mark kind of a chest. Those usually drop a lot of bubblegum currency. So I will open that. Along the way, I will also hit some of the smaller chests. Just make sure that you have enough to open up whatever you want to based on your alert level. If your alert level reaches the maximum bar, the thing starts to go on lockdown. And if you don't get to the end before lockdown and get the quest item, then you kind of fail the contract. That being said, you still have to keep your loot as long as you escape. But once lockdown hits, if you die after lockdown starts, you will drop all of your loot. Gonna level heist. I'm probably gonna do the same thing I did last league, where I did heist like around like 6. Gives good experience. Also, just good bubblegum currency, especially in trade, so that you can buy like some cheaper uniques to kind of just smooth out your progression a little further. But this right here, you can click on these little icons, or like see this as V. You can just press V on your keyboard and it hotkeys over there. What's up, Jerichaz? He will blow up a thing. You'll see this bar down here increase once it blows up. See, it didn't go very much, but look, see, boom, already chaos. So that's why we like to do those chests. You get Rain of Chaoses, you also get like some sacrifices, but usually they're good bubblegum currency, which is why we like the demolition contracts. Now, since there's no other little question mark thing, it means I can just open up a bunch more of these little side chests. So if you hover over it, you can see how the bar highlights red. That shows you how much alert you're going to gain from opening this chest. But boom, regrets, 4 jewelers. That's pretty good bubblegum currency. Fusing armor scraps. So like I said, like you can get a good bit of little bubblegum currency from here. More scoured, blood orbs. Your biggest thing about heist is not dying once lockdown happens. In fact, let me stop doing Wintertide. I want to try to showcase me dying. to show what happens if you die before lockdown. All right, my Wintertide's fallen off. Let's turn off my auras and stuff. Obviously, I don't feel like unsummoning the golems because I don't think that's just a pain in the ass. But let me see if I can get myself killed real quick. Hello. I know I killed most of you. Hey, can you guys kill me? Okay. So, see? All your stuff drops when you die. If you do it before lockdown, you can come back in here and pick all this back up. But essentially, the things with a little lock icon, that means it is contraband, and you can't really like use it or anything like that until you escape with it. So if we respawn at checkpoint, this is before lockdown happens. If we respawn at checkpoint, we can go back into the smuggler's den. We can still go back into the level and loot up. Let me put my stuff back on so I don't just randomly die again. XD smile. I think that's it. Yeah. So your biggest thing is just not dying, obviously. But if you happen to die because of XYZ reason, sometimes you get a really juiced mob in heist. If you die before lockdown happens, just know that it's okay. You didn't lose your stuff. You only lose your stuff if you die after lockdown happens. So some chests like that, like the ornate ones like these, they give random things. Sometimes they give currency, sometimes they give rare items, sometimes they give jewels, gems, so on and so forth. But like I said, it's good as long as you don't go over lockdown. You can go on lockdown as long as you're able to get to the end and like you want to rush yourself a little bit. $2020 win, GG. Yeah. Give me gym information. Rare shield. We take that because we need rare shield right now. Upgrade. And I'll showcase what lockdown looks like, but usually what I like to do if I'm getting close to lockdown, like for instance, if I hover this chest, it'll be blinking red, which means that it's over the limit. What I like to do is make sure there's no doors to open. Like see right here, there's a door to open to get into the vault. Press V with that shortcut to have my guy go over there and blow it up. So I like to do this first. If I want to like push my limits a little bit and be a little riskier. Because then you can come over here, for instance, I can open this. See how it started the lockdown timer? You have like 20 seconds, depending on like different things. Like sometimes I think other modifiers come into play, but you have like a bunch of seconds going here kind of now. Open this. So now you have to escape the facility. If you die from this point, you lose whatever you have in your inventory. So you look at my inventory, it has like all these little markers on all those items. Those items are contraband. If I die, there you go, perfect actually. Good timing. All this stuff's now lost. I can't get this stuff anymore. Like this contract's failed. I lose all this loot. I don't get this back. So the important part about heisting, this is a perfect time to give an example, is after you trigger lockdown, you definitely do not want to die. So make sure you're good defensively before you head into here. Make sure like your res is really good, that kind of stuff. And then just be quick or like do a lot of damage to where you off-stream people. But usually it's just defensive and quick is the most important parts. So I can't go back in there now. That's gone, which is fine once again because we're just showcasing. But every time you level, so for instance, I leveled here. Thoughts on Wonders Orb? I'll talk to that in a second. Every time you level in here, this guy refreshes his shop. So see now you have 2 more demolition contracts here. So every time you level, you can come back here, check for more stuff to buy more demolition contracts or like fill up on other ones if you want to. And then you can kind of keep on going on and on and on forever as long as you have the currency to do so. Once again, this is moved all to standard, so all my stuff is kind of combined. So don't like this is not what your fleet structure will look like, but you get the vibe. Thoughts on Winter Orb? Winter Orb is pretty interesting. I myself haven't played a lot of Winter Orb in the past, but I mean it's a hit-based channel skill where you just like channel it for a little bit and then you run around, right, and then things die. I mean, honestly, it can't be like. I think everyone's biggest issue with Winter Orb was like, oh, we play it on Witch and Witch is so squishy, but honestly, I don't think Witch is like as squishy as people are saying. Obviously, it isn't like immediately tanky like a Juggernaut or anything like that, but Winter Orb got buffed, like Marshall just said. It's a fun play style for people who enjoy just like being able to like channel for like 2 seconds or whatever, however long it is, and then just run around endlessly. It's Ice Spell, so we love Ice Spells here. I think Winter Orb could be good. Also, if you don't want to necessarily league start it, let's push my own build. Wintertide's pretty easy to switch off into like Winter Orb based stuff. You probably just remove the brand nodes like this, and then obviously go from cold damage over time to more to the other side, which is just like freeze and stuff. So it's not like a big respec to be able to move over into Warb. I want to play it, but if it ends up not working out, I need to build a pivot to. Think this one, yeah. So similar vein, like for instance, if you want to try Winter Orb, you're still going cold base Elementalist, so like a lot of the same nodes you're gonna grab. You just do the inverse of what I just said, so you would pick up brand nodes, kind of thing, and probably I would assume Winter Orb goes into like power charges more, right? Because Winter Orb cares more about crit, whereas we don't crit. So it's a small respec. Yeah. So, and like the builds go hand in hand. This is a good fallback for. And that's the other thing I'm trying to tell people. I know Wintertide gets memed a lot for being like not a great league starter for because people are like, oh, it's just not as good as like Lightning Arrow Deadeye kind of thing because they're like zooming around or whatever. But the build's been really good for a solid long time. Like it's always good at 2-stone and 4-stone clearing. Um, it's just a lot of people don't like the brand playstyle, which is fair. So there's also, for instance, if you want to play like a cultist or something like that, there's other content creators who have a cultist versions of this build out there. I personally think Elementalist is the stronger version, but different tastes for different people. It's okay. Plus, I think Winter Orb would like the Power Charge node from Occultist more. You would obviously just take out the golems or invest more in golem defenses if you're playing like a golem or two on the Occultist version. You don't need to worry about golem defenses very early on. You won't need to get juice T17s. Like I think like when I played last league, I had no issues with like my golems dying until we were in like multiple risk T17s, like to limit test. And I was like, all right. But then we just went to golem stacking. It was fine. But Cultist is really good for people wanting to go into power charge stacking and stuff. And builds that maybe like help with like clear. Wintertide's not a build that needs help with clear. It's obviously clears really relatively well. Because the brands bounce between each other and cause AoE. But the explosions from Occultists, for one, sound amazing. The best sounding explosions in PoE comes from the Occultist pops. But it also helps with clear for people who need it. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your league start. Thanks for asking questions and hanging out, Warwick. Are you following a guide from a content creator, or did you make your own Winter Orb build? I think I saw a couple people, I think smaller streamers mostly, doing Winter Orb. Gonna be easier? I know they said for one, there's a button that where you can respec all now using gold. That's the most thing they noticed about it. But I think the reason people are saying is it going to be easier next league is because they said due to the changes that they've made, like they either they adjusted values of what it takes to use gold, like so values on the market, values on like the respecs, or they adjusted how much gold you get from like just in general kind of thing. But they did say they adjusted gold stuff to like compensate for async trading. I don't know if they clarified exactly what they adjusted. Hell yeah, Bitter Dream. Carcass Jack. What the hell is this? Ooh, good crit chance for spells and flat cold damage. I mean, gotta be good for Winter Orb then. What are we using? Here we go. Well, only 3 linked? Oh, right, because it's Bitter Dream. Well, it's technically like a 7 link or whatever, right? 8 link. Yeah, plus you can remind yourself that you get like, if you do all the quests in the campaign, you get like, what, like 10 or so, or maybe a little bit more, like regrets from Books of Regrets. So you have a little bit to work with there as well. This build does use a slight respec at one point. Once we get to like maps area to kind of go more right side. If you're going into the right side area, if you're staying left side, you can technically leave the tree and do like almost no respec, to be honest. But if you're going into the evasion side, we do a slight respec here, but it wasn't very costly when I did it last week. And that's the only time you respec, really. At least in early game. Late game, obviously, if you're going to golem stacking, you're probably taking off some nodes to like go into more clusters and stuff. Oh, right. Let's go back to look at their thing. I got distracted. ADHD. We have Wisp. Oh, I'm in the wrong tree. We do have Whispers, okay. Great Golems. Vitality, we're life-based. Precision, because we need accuracy. Well, crit, probably the crit. For a spell still. Clarity. Are all these on arrogance, or is it just a clarity on arrogance? I think it's just clarity, because it also wants to show its link, right? Tree looks solid. Love this. Hey, look, they updated. Hey, they finally updated it. Oh, no, they didn't. Wait, no, they did. This used to say like freeze something, right? They finally updated the PO bin trees. We did it, chat. Effective shock. This right here, unless it's a ruin graft, is a wasted mastery. Let me look at it real quick in here. Yeah, so this right here is a wasted mastery because you're taking the Elementalist node. Like, no matter what, if you apply one exposure, you're applying an extra 25 already, so you'll always be applying at least 26 exposure. So the at least 18 will never apply. Because no matter what, as an Elementalist who has Mastermind of Discord, you automatically get 25 extra, no matter what kind of exposure you apply otherwise. And 25 is more than the 18. So this mastery you don't necessarily need, by the way. But that's just a small note. Crit stuff. Need them stats. Me too, buddy. Cart of Blood. Man, I wish this protection thing was better. Obviously, it's decent because it still gives you like a bunch of chaos res, which is not bad. But man, I really like the ones down here better. Like the extra max res is so much nicer. Thank you for the follow. I turned my things off. I need to turn these back on. I'm so sorry. I should be getting alerts for those. Let me turn. I turned them off while I was recording the other day. I'll play the alert for you, buddy. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Warpick. I appreciate it. But yeah, another vibrator. That's gonna be fun to explain to everyone again this league. And yeah, overall looks solid. Like I said, the only thing I would change is you don't need this mastery. You can put the point somewhere else. And honestly, this probably ends up being really good for you, but probably a little bit later. This is just a lot of damage, right? Oh, we're on freezing pulse still. Oh, we're still. I was like, what's happening? What items are we at? Oh wait, in game. Man, so like people who have like a lot of these things in there, obviously I'm also a big fan of uniques early on and stuff like that, and sometimes even later for builds. But I'm very interested to see how many uniques end up being hit with like the Foulborn stuff, especially with the new Breachlord mastery, or sorry, bloodline. Because I have one of like if you have 4 Foulborn things equipped, you get like an extra benefit, right? So pretty excited to see what happens with that. Yeah, that's like in the beginning, like a big damage now, I think. Get here, get here. Yeah, everything looks great. AoE crit, yeah. This node's so good early on. A little bit of resistances. We definitely need the stats as Witch. Golem effect. We're taking flames and storms. That's totally good. Yeah, the tree mechanic looks so good. I'm going to have so much fun playing with tree. Cool. Overall, solid. Your hit pool is obviously super, super low, but once again, the items you have right here aren't even first off full. Worst case scenario, once you add in a couple items, your golems will buff you up a little bit. And if you struggle, you can even reference my guide. Changing one of the golems to the stone golem of safeguarding. Like for instance, changing like flame golem, my least favorite one, even though it's like pure damage and AoE. But changing to stone golem of safeguarding will help you take out a little bit of damage. Print Cloak of Flames easily early game. Honestly, I think Cloak of Flames probably one of the ones they Foulborn, right? I'm interested to see what they Foulborn with it. But I don't think they're gonna hit like big ticket items, like at least not all of them, right? Like I don't foresee like Mage Blood being really affected by it. Plus, I would imagine the Mage Blood is like hyper rare. But like things like Cloak of Flame that are still like staples, I would like to see what they do with those because they showed Cool Rain, which is a staple for like obviously Toxic Rain and stuff. Oh my god, you talk so much. Just let me kill you. Chat, we're software players, by the way. I'm not here to not die. Just as an FYI. I'm here to vibe with chat. I say that because when I first started playing, this was one of my worst nightmare bosses. I would just die 1,000 times to this. Because I wasn't good at dodging any of the stuff that was happening. And I would just be like instant. And I didn't back then know about resistances very much. And lightning would just one-shot me every time. Yeah, hitting like just regular uniques is gonna be good. I mean, they were good when we hit it with mercenaries, right? Like, you'd find like a cool leveling unique inside your mercenary. So this kind of not as like deterministically decides that, because I don't actually. I wonder how can you deterministically target like uniques? Like, oh, I want a body armor unique, or like, is it? I wonder how the tree looks. We'll have to see. Be like, I want a strength based unique, kind of like you can do for the regular crafting. We'll see. There's a mastery that gives good crit stuff for roll first to the planes. I mean, I'm a big enjoyer. Oh, you talking about the Spectre one? Yeah, like it's like 100% crit. It also makes you like immune to crits, I think is what it does. It's pretty lit. Just know that with Elementalists, you're already pretty socket starved. So you have to fit in raise Spectre and then also probably invest a little bit to keep it alive. But I love all those for roll buffs. They look really sweet. I mean, each of them sound really cool. Obviously, the crit one isn't great for Wintertide, but like the pure increased damage one, like the middle one, and then even the attack speed, cast speed, movement speed one, and the no reduced action speed thing is really nice as well. But like I said, you just have to be able to fit in Raise Spectre, and then you also have to be able to keep it alive. Also, I'm not a minion player, so I'll have to find out what Beast Spectre I would want to raise that already has good benefits. It has to be specifically a Beast Spectre. But Fur looks really good. Breach Sword looks really good for any build that doesn't have another one. Even if you go just the less damage taken route node. Really good. Which we'll talk about real quick. Actually, trigger... Spectral Tiger is not a raised Spectre, just so you know. If that's what you're trying to do, you don't get... It's not a Spectre. Oh, okay. Got it. I know what you're talking about now. You're talking about that instead of the Spectre one. Oh, that's actually, yeah, because they give you 5, you get 5 of them, right? And they stack, so it's like 125%. And then you also get, I think increased attack speed or cast speed or something on there too, or both. 5 times is like 35% increased attack speed or cast speed. That's one you meant. Got it. But let's take a brief second, because I hadn't put it in my video because it wasn't fully released yet. I did leave like a comment and pin it about my ideas for the different bloodlines and like which ones I'm going to try out and like which ones I'm interested in. We can talk about those real quick for people who might be like watching and curious. I'm going to switch over a second. Let me just figure out where that note went. Back and cast, yeah, it looks really sweet. So this is the one he's talking about right here, or they're talking about right here. The hunt leader, right here. They've clarified in the FAQ that you can get 5 of these. They clarify some numbers on it, so you get crit chance, attack speed, cast speed when you have these. Like I said, you get 5 of them, and it does stack. So as long as you're critting, you're getting some Spectral Tigers. What I was talking about, which is not what they were talking about, is this node down here, which limits your specters to 1. So for those who are misreading this doesn't increase your specter limit. It's only the maximum number is 1, but you have 3 choices to pick from. Very cool stuff. So like right here, this is what I thought they were talking about, but this is not what they're talking about. You get this aura right here. We get 80% accuracy, 120% critical strike chance, and you take no extra damage from critical strikes while this raised beast is around. And then they also get like extra modifiers and stuff like that. So you get like a really strong like companion essentially. There's also other ones like this one, Fertile Will, which this one's, while the one on the left is not good for Wintertide, this one's not bad. Increased damage, regenerate life, and can't be stunned. All good stats. And then Wild Will, which is attack and cast speed and movement speed, and you prevents action speed slows below base value. So these two are pretty decent if you end up being able to slot inspectors and keep them alive. Yeah, exactly. Like having a Spectre inside of a Golem package, you're already a little tight on sockets, so it makes some sacrifice here. But this is a really cool node that I want to test out a little bit. Um, and obviously, other builds would use this really well. Like up here is probably really good for like General's Cry kind of stuff. I want to say Domblow and like what's the other one? What's the range one? Domblow's one. Absolution would also probably like this a lot. So really, really cool. Um, Lycia, I didn't really see anything I cared about Lycia for this build specifically. I mean, obviously there's some sweet stuff in here for other builds, just not for me. Also, I don't like Sanctum. I don't want to kill Lycia, so I don't want to be here. Moving on. Delirious, this is one of the ones I was looking at. Mostly the Embrace Madness skill. Um, Obviously, it gives you the debuff. Um, it gives you a debuff, so you have to like work on debuff regulation with like you can do with things like Temporal Rift and Rune Grafts, stuff like that, to help manage your debuffs. But it also allows like Mania to be applied to enemies, which increases damage taken, reduces their action speed slow, and all that kind of stuff. So not bad to take this one. Um, this actually just got changed. If you look at the new tree, it says say non-cluster jewels. It says non-cluster, non-passage, and passage jewels are so it means you can use passage jewels. And passage jewels are like Thread of Hope, um, which is the big ring that you can allocate in a thing, or like a small ring. It's the ring one. And then also Impossible Escape, which is the one where you can be like allocate stuff around a big keystone somewhere. So very, very, very interesting for this one as well, but not necessarily for this build, just in general. Moving on. Katarina, this is all minions. I don't plan on minions with this build, but for minion players, rejoice. AO Bloodline, I actually like AO Bloodline. It's not necessarily the best, it's more of a defensive thing. I don't think we can take this too much because, like I said, we're socket starved, so removing 4 sockets from something isn't really going to help us a lot of the way. But for things like Relic of the Pack, that'd be amazing node to take. You can also consider taking just 2 small nodes. So take this small node and this small node for global defenses and then increase charge duration. But I probably would take it more for this node right here. As Wintertide, we don't use power charges, so we'll never have to worry about the maximum thing or the no thing. So it's just more discipline effect, which is not bad. If you are a person who wants to do the whole balancing thing of having no maximum or no minimum charges or no maximum charges, you can get both these effects on like a discipline a wrath build like EB or EE, that kind of stuff. This obviously is not bad if you end up not wanting to use endurance charges. I plan on eventually using endurance charges. This one is probably not going to be good for us because Cold Snap gives us frenzy charges, and we love frenzy charges anyway. So, man, but this is really good. Okay. I think that's Oriath is Ward. I don't give a shit about Ward. Never have, never will. Let me pull up the other thing real quick that was we leaked yesterday, or not leaked, but like they revealed yesterday. On the POEDB, you can see on the passive tree where they update it for the bloodlines. So this is the POEDB tree, by the way. But down here on the bottom left, you can see for one the old ascendancies for like Primalist, Oath of the Magi, and stuff from Affliction. Those are all here. I don't think those are going to be in the game, but they are shown on the thing. I don't think they'll be there, but the other 10 things are right here. Base one I want to point out is this one right here, Breach Lord. It's the 10th one that hasn't been revealed until yesterday. Obviously, you have to kill whatever the Breach boss is for the new league, I would imagine, to get this. But there's some really strong power here. If you have nothing else from any other bloodline and you still want to spend a point, this one right here is really great. So remember, you can have 2 graphs on you eventually. You can get your second one unlocked from the tree. So you can have 2 of these buffs and then the last line. So you can get 10% less physical damage taken with at least 1 ul graph, which is amazing, like essentially physical damage reduction for most people. And then use whatever other one. Like, for instance, I'll probably go with the cold damage one because I want to use toll graft for extra cold stuff. But like getting a toll graft and getting an ul graft will give me a lot of damage reduction, and then obviously nearby enemies take extra damage from grafts is really good if the grafts I have are offensive. So extra little bit damage for helping with like single targets like that for Cold Dot, really nice. So this is a really good generic node for anyone who doesn't have anything else. We have this right here, which once we get some Foulborn uniques and some Cryonic rings, you can go into a little bit further. You also get the freeze duration no matter what. But the +2 levels is really good. if there's 4 Foulborn uniques we want to use. The hits ignore resistance doesn't really matter as much to us as Wintertide, because Wintertide doesn't provide a hit, so it won't benefit from the cold resistance ignoring. But if you switch to the late game version where you play Vortex, Vortex does provide a hit, and that initial hit of Vortex will do extra damage. The dot of Vortex will not, but the initial hit of Vortex will have do extra damage. Can't make a benefit from it. This is obviously also really good for Winter Orb, because you do provide hits, so you get to ignore resistances here. So Warbick, not bad. Don't have to go into like penetration and that kind of stuff. You can probably use more defensive auras instead of offensive auras, kind of thing. So pretty sweet. The other side of it is for lightning based. There's no fire based one, so Zoff enjoyers, rip, but Toll and Escher here. Other than that, I think it's also here. Well, I know it is. I just don't remember what it looks like. But there's the Chaos one. I don't remember where it's at exactly. I forgot what shape it's in. These right here. So it's the Trial Master one. If you want to focus more on like Vol Cold Snap and whatnot, this could be potentially useful as well, getting extra souls, and then like obviously changing up how Vol skills work, or even going over here. But if you do go over here, know that the more you invest into this, you're probably not going to be energy shield based. You're probably more life based, but potentially a cool idea too. I'm most excited for this one, and I'm probably gonna mess around with the bestiary one because I really like bestiary stuff. That's kind of the spiel on Bloodlines, my opinions. As far as what you can drop, this is, well, I'll show you yours anyway. This is your build. For us, we can drop Bastion of Elements because we usually pick that up early on. This is not like the biggest gain node. It's a nice comfy pick and a little bit defensive, but like obviously it's the easiest one to drop. Or at the very late game, we drop Shipper of Storms because like whatnot. You can technically, if you're something really juicy and you want 2 nodes, you can technically eventually drop Heart of Destruction as well. The 2 main ones you want to keep as Elementalist are Liege and Mastermind. Those are the most important ones for pretty much any elemental build on Elementalist. And then, like I said, the other ones are like just situationally what you choose to drop, what you don't. For him, for Warbick, I'm not sure which ones they prefer to drop on their build. Like I said, we get to drop Bastion of Elements. And then eventually you can drop this if you want 2 nodes. But I would only set up for like 1 node on each bloodline so far, not 2 nodes. So I'm probably fine just to only drop this and keep the other 3. We'll see. That's kind of the thoughts on bloodlines. I forgot what part of the campaign we're on. 27 hours. Final countdown. So far we haven't dropped any more frames since earlier, so nice. They're still working on fixing stuff, so hopefully we drop. It'd be really cool if we drop no frames tomorrow, and we can do like our usual 9-12 hour league start stream. Oh, I need to put back on the stream. But yeah, good thing about Elementalist too, for people who are like looking at like things to re-roll to in case their Elementalist build doesn't go through, doesn't work out really well. Witch itself has a good variety of playstyles and builds that are viable mid and late game. So like, there's always something easily to switch into, as long as you have like the regrets and everything, obviously, without having to like fully re-level your character. So that's why another reason I really like Witch. If you want to play hit base, I mean, there are people who are playing Lightning Arrow and whatnot last league for playing for Bow Andes. Lightning Arrow Elementalist. There's obviously a bunch of minion stuff for Necromancer. Cultists and Elementalists just share a wide variety of spell builds. People are even doing like slammers and stuff. What we start tomorrow? This one. Okay. Caveat. So I'm really excited for Thunderstorm, which is like the big hurricane looking thing they showcased, but they haven't released any information on the gyms on it yet, so I can't really homebrew around it. If we get that tonight, and if I have the time to just randomly throw something together to league start Thunderstorm, I will probably start with Thunderstorm. But assuming that I don't have time to customize and stuff like that, and assuming that I can't, or the numbers are bad or something like that, I'll probably just play Wintertide Elementalist, which is what we're playing right now. We have a build guide out for it if you want to review that. Exclamation point build links to my build sheet, which only has Wintertide Elemental on it for this league so far. I also did it last league. You also just check the YouTube channel. It's on there. But Wintertide Elementalist, what we're playing right now, is very likely to be what Earth Stuff is. They also show off Living Lightning. What level does that show up? It wasn't in the notes though, right? It showed off who gets it and stuff like that. Because the only information they released for things they haven't showed the gym information for yet. My brain's fogging. Sorry, I'm just getting confused about where I was joining campaign. I think I'm supposed to go down first. Actually, am I supposed to go down first? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Been a boss and I play PoE 1. But they did release like who gets what stuff, which makes me think that Thunderstorm is going to be an attack skill because Duelist, Ranger, and Shadow and Scion are the ones who get Thunderstorm. So it makes me lean towards like attack instead of that. Act 2 support for Witch, Templar, and Scion. Okay, there you go, Act 2. So like probably around like 18-ish is when most of the stuff shows up for Act 2, right? 18, 20? This Act 2 finishes in like 20, 21, 22 monster level, I believe. Living Lightning looks cool too. I'm also excited for Windburst support, but like I said, some stuff we have like the level 20 quality gym information, but I need to know like the actual gym information to see how it scales and like what it looks like leveling up and whatnot. And also what quality actually gives would be nice. I could bait it to minions because of that. Honestly, I might be debating to minions because of all the minion quality stuff. Like Spectre's got a little quality of life buff, and then obviously Katarina's Bloodline looks really good. But I don't think I have enough time to test out minion stuff for myself, so because of my internet issues that happened recently. So probably not going to be minions. Minions look really good though. People will enjoy it. What are you playing? Go to sleep, or like what's your plan? Are you still just shopping around right now? You have ideas of what you want to do, and you're trying to narrow it down, or are you just like shopping around because you have no idea what's going on so far? I have a couple people in my Twitch chat or in my Discord that are really undecided on what they're doing for League Start still. Nope, no click that. Don't need a Vol side area. Good thing about us using like Vol Cold Snap and stuff is, I mean, if we don't hit Vol Cold Snap off of Act 2, I wouldn't worry about it. I normally only start with probably go back for that fusing, by the way, but since we're just kind of showing a test, I don't really need to. And like I already have my 4 links, so I don't need to link anymore. It's a gambling chat. We still gotta do our labyrinth. Gonna need to go back and do that. Oh, I should have done it before I came in here. I'm pretty sure it's not on this area, it's all in the first area. Always. There's a lot of backtracking for funsies. Rare Scepter. No, I'm not going back for it. What minions are you looking to do, though, Marshall, if you're being baited into them? I was looking at SRS, Guardian, going into, like, Self-Reflection, EP. Honestly, I have no idea what that just said drop-wise. Hopefully something good. Smile. Alright, let's see what it was. Oh. 4 quality. I thought it was 5. Or sorry, 4 link. I thought it was 5 quality. I turned to last word again. Everything is focused on other skills. That's fair. Does it? I forgot how sport works exactly. Does it work with minions? Would you play like lightning archer, skeleton archers? You probably still want to be like lightning based, right? So that you're cursing for lightning res. Oh, I need to get out of here. We did both things already. I'm just vibing with chat and not paying attention anymore. I don't care here because I'm not gonna update my flasks. So. We don't need to do essences at this point either. I usually stop doing essences in a campaign once I have an okay wand and I have an okay like boots. Once I have military boots, you can still do them if you want to. It's not like hard or anything. I just lose interest in doing them after a certain point.
Wisdom stack.
Log in to Chain of Command Necro for me. It's one of the builds that picks up main attack speed and don't need accuracy anymore. I pray for Fireborn mod to touch this build unique item. Yeah, so that's another good example of, we were talking about Fireborn items earlier. Like, I'm excited to learn like what they do, like which ones actually get touched. And I guess, yeah, Chains of Command is probably one that's a very build enabling one. I wonder if it gets changed and if so, how. But I had someone in my chat who played Chains of Command last league, and they were fucking flying around. They were like zooming everywhere. So looks like an exciting build. I'm just not a big minion player, so I've never really dabbled into it too far. But Chains of Command looks at least really interesting of the minion versions to play. Plus, like you said, the quality of life of not having to worry about hit helped out a lot of people. I know a lot of people were looking at the Holy Relic of Conviction or whatever, right? As well. Because with the accuracy removal, they added like a cooldown reduction mastery instead, and the cooldown reduction helps that Holy Relic a lot. And it was already like a really strong build. But didn't receive any nerfs as far as I know. Unlike Bama, am I right? 07? You need Bama enjoyers in the chat? So the issue with going Ghost Wraith early, obviously you have good Chaos Res, but you don't have a large life pool. So you need to watch out for Chaos damage, and like spiders like that will do Chaos damage. If you are going to go Ghost Wraith and you feel like you're struggling to die to like Chaos damage, I don't have it in my guide, but I talked about it somewhere. Once you get right here, you can take and you get these 2 points, which we are going towards after we finish getting Influence. You can get the 30% of chaos damage taken does not bypass Energy Shield, which helps reduce the amount of damage that goes straight into your life pool until you can switch off into like, you know, non-Ghost Wraith. That being said, I used Ghost Wraith until like early Reds last league. I died a handful of times, but once again, I'm a softcore player. I don't give a shit. You can just use rares at this point. You don't use Ghost Wraith if you don't want to, and be just fine. For one, I like how cool it looks. And two, I just really love Energy Shield. Blue Life is better than Red Life. Maybe we'll be fine, honestly. Just can't do easy mode. Fresh meat support. Way more investment. That's fair. I know a lot of people were saying the poison version is a lot less affected by the change than the like LE hit version. Because you didn't need the poison version to be up as much or something like that, I assumed. Is the duration didn't impact it as much. But once again, I never played the build. I know, like for instance, Marshall played a good bit of it, but I never did myself. The principal bad thing of Chain of Command is that you can ruin yourself early equip AG, so it's pretty tanky when you start this, but when you're done using everything. That's cool. That's the other thing about mini builds I never really wanted to dabble into. I really don't want to do Animate Guardian stuff. But obviously it's really strong. I hope people have to want the quality of life of adding like the mercenaries like UI to the Animated Guardian to make it easier to manage the Animated Guardian. But apparently that did not happen. Oh, did I not talk to Silk? Oh, okay, my bad. Talk to Silk, chat.
Wisdom stack.
Don't worry, chat. A little bit of death never hurt nobody. Oh wait, you don't need to hit those, right? That's just for the shortcuts in case you do die. Yeah, we're not gonna die. It's fine. Almost nice. Yay! Fuck out of here. Ooh, also I need to set commands and stuff for the Twitch drop stuff. Assuming that I'm able to stream tomorrow. Some pretty cool Twitch drops for people who just want to hang out and view. And there's also, I think, a portal effect for gifted subs, as they have been doing recently, which, honestly, I really appreciate as a small content creator, because it does help out, make a little bit of income for the smaller streamers. And obviously the larger streamers get a bit of it, too. Oh, I don't need to kill anybody. I am like 2 levels over zone. You'll notice that this is not games done quickly. I like the vibe. That being said, for people who do like to do stuff quickly and like wants like that, 6 or less hour campaign time, this build can do it. It's more of a player issue than it is a build issue at this point. If you need proof of this build doing it quickly, there is a content creator. I don't know how you say his name. Is it Tuad? Who does a bunch of league start testing, like 2-zone runs. And he's done like probably like 15 plus at this point in preparation for this league. And Wintertide Elementalist was his fastest one so far when I looked like yesterday. And like he did 2 zones in like 6 hours and like 30 something minutes or like that, which is faster than my campaign time. But for people who are fast or want to learn a little bit, you can play this build and look at what Swad does, or Tuid. I forgot his name. I keep using it, and learn a little bit from him about speed. Actually, we'll go Stormbrand Elementalist for leveling. Is my favorite. The Upper Tree leveling. I actually never played Stormbrand. Probably should try that out one day. Honestly, the only other brand I really played is Armageddon brand. I haven't played Penance brand. I haven't played Stormbrand. I've used Arcus brand for like cursing and stuff like that, but I didn't play like a Arcus brand main skill kind of thing. Do you use Stormbrand just a regular one, or did you eventually switch to like I think it's Indecision, right? Is the trans version? I remember Stormbrand used to be really popular though. Like, I don't know how many leagues ago, but I want to say it's been a while. Look at that boss DPS, chat. Campaign boss. He's a joke. That being said, I am slightly interested. So once I top out at this build and I want to invest in something faster, if I want to say Elementalist, there are like a handful of builds that I'm interested in trying out, especially depending on like, you know, what Foulborns happen. Honestly, Foulborns are probably going to lead me into my second build. I'll probably see something that's like a cool unique that's not overly done. And then like try to make something weird with it. But like I would love to do something to do with tornadoes, or the new Windburst support would be really cool. We need to go into Thicket, right? This is where we get the fireflies in this act, right? Yeah. I want to try like the Penance Brand of Dissipation because everyone says it's a really good boss killer, so I want to test it out myself and see how I feel, and see if this build can transition into it pretty decently. Because you can farm up currency here to make it to where your clear isn't awful on Penance Brand, which is everyone's complaint for early on. So lots of cool little things to test out this league, assuming my internet allows me to play the video game. Rage. Alright, as soon as we fix our socket and put another blue here, we should be able to also now equip our discipline.
Sanctified mana flask.
Progress is literally how you
I just haven't fixed anything because laziness mostly. It's laziness. We can be honest. Also, Arc Raiders came out today for any Arc Raider construction shooter fans. I played the open beta with two of my friends, and we had a blast with it. But unfortunately, we all played Path of Exile, and we decided not to purchase it on launch because obviously it launched today, and tomorrow's Path of Exile week, so we're just gonna wait a little bit. Maybe play it later. Play it during our variety downtime between PoE leagues. See, damage feels pretty decent. You can obviously log out there instead of portaling, but at this point, portal scrolls are pretty abundant. I don't need to be stingy with it. I only do the log out thing very early on. Later on, not as lazy. Alright, I have Pantheons. I probably should be using them. These are my two favorite ones to use early on. Obviously, not being stunned multiple times is really great. And then I don't solve bleeding right away, so moving while bleeding doesn't cause extra damage is really good. So we love that for us. I didn't want to go back in there. Now I just wasted the portal. That's your fault, chat. It's my fault, chat. Don't let me blame you. None of these match the color of the boots that we already have. I probably won't upgrade it, but we'll just grab this one. Because worst case, that would be the easiest one to chrome to the way we want it to be, probably. I guess the all blue also wouldn't be bad if it ends up being a good boot. 15% movement speed is more than we have now. We have a couple chromes, so we can do 1, 2. Alright, we wasted it. It's gone, chat. Right, we want to first absorb this. Let's make sure we don't want to use this first. These are awful. Alright, we're going to go here. We're going to try to get 3 socket. Hate it here, chat. Okay. We would have more chromes. I'm not going to use all these, but I lied. This is awful. This is too many. So in this situation, let's go back to just where it was double blue and pretend we didn't do this. I just obviously wouldn't be able to equip my discipline right here, and we would just stick with our 2 when we did our first couple of ones. This you can always keep and re-roll once you get more chromes. Unfortunately, I threw all my stuff into my stash and then it reported the standard, so I don't know how much chromes I would have at this point. But if I would have extra, you could obviously use them as you need to. We're just going to sell it off for now, though. Personally, it'll be nice that some exotic build come from Foulborn mod. by suppressing some dead mod on the item. Yes, that's that's what I'm talking about when I was being like, I think my second build would probably be something to do with Foulborn, that makes it like a unique interaction. Because I mean, every league, your league starters are generally the same. Obviously, besides like nerfs, like they're league starters because they are good without extra stuff. So like they don't need help from like a special mechanic or that kind of thing. Or if they do, it's like a mechanic that's really easy to accomplish really early on, kind of thing. Um, so your league starters are usually generally the same league from league, outside of things like Bama getting nerfed or whatever kind of thing. Your secondary build, so like into week one, beginning of week two, kind of thing, is when like the new build of the league gets discovered. Like last league was Frost, was really popular kind of thing. So I'm excited to see what stuff gets discovered with Foulborn, and also with like anything cool might happen with the Bloodlines. So excited to do some experimenting later on in the league to see kind of what we vibe with. It'll be a good time. There are some uniques that have like downsides that are not great. So getting a unique that, or getting that modifier change would be kind of cool. I don't know what I would look out for though. I'm just honestly gonna be trying to make as much Foulborn as shit as possible and hope for the best. That disconnected. Oh no. Reconnected successfully. Okay. That was random. My service didn't cut off or anything, right? My YouTube chat just disconnected randomly for a second. Alright. Alright. Give me the level up button right now. Honestly, why couldn't they just add that into like the last like pre-patch thing? The level button was already here, you know? But I was already excited for the league. Mostly because async trade was going to be involved. Marshall, someone in my Twitch chat who's a very frequent viewer of mine, talking about how they could have just done async trade and like done merge 2.0. He would have been happy. I probably also would have been happy with just having asynchronous trading, whatnot. So the fact that this league actually added some really cool stuff is really nice. I was hoping for a bigger balance patch and less of a league mechanic patch, but I'm happy with what we got. Pretty surprising price on a lot of items. Yeah, I mean, the other issue with asynchronous trading and like the currency market, I don't think that common price checker tools like we can pay trade and stuff have access to the API to see the currency market and to see asynchronous trading. So they're only pulling data from the website, and the prices on the website are usually different than what's on the currency market and stuff like that. And then honestly, people, especially in the week one, people don't know the value of like some of the Foulborn uniques until XYZ Mr. Streamer makes or finds a busted build. Someone posts a weird interaction, then the item shoots up to like a billion gold, right? So I have, once I start getting Foulborn uniques, I have no plan to sell any Foulborn uniques at all for like, unless I start having duplicates of stuff, because I want to keep it for myself to do some testing. Without having to like go out of my way to purchase X amount of divine Foulborn kind of thing. If like a streamer makes it big. Double Foulborn could be juicy drops in trade too. Can you double Foulborn an item? Like, can you change two mods on the item? I only remember seeing an example of them changing one mod, but can you double Foulborn? Has it been announced somewhere and I just missed it? Also, with the new Breachlord bloodline, being able to equip multiple Foulborns to your build has benefit for people who like plus levels for lightning and cold spells. Ooh, real talk, actually, real quick. Is there a lightning and cold spell? It's probably like one of the ones that use multiple damage types, I imagine. I can benefit from both of those. You can use like the chromatic stuff and then just remove fire. Discharge, log in. Hydrosphere, log in. Ellie hit, that makes sense. Override the space on what flask you use. That also makes sense. So yeah, this is what I was thinking of, like stuff like this, where you can use the combat focus tools, I think is what they call them, to make it to where it doesn't do one type of damage, so we can just ignore like fire. Have +4 levels for this gym with if you get both the breach nodes. Okay. Sorry, my brain's just think it's okay, all right. So right here, you can ignore LA resistances. We can also get +2 levels. We can get some intelligence. Over here, we get +2 levels. Ignore cold resistances. So if we can sacrifice 2 points from our thing, we can go here and here. Interesting. All right, chat. Wipe the VOD. No one talk about it. This is the Genesis tree information we have so far. Okay. I'll post this in the YouTube chat too in case people don't have this. Here you go. Go to sleep. And anyone else in there? Is the Genesis tree information of what we can see? Obviously, we're aiming for toll graphs early on, so nice. I wish we could see the tree and like where stuff's located at. Is that on here anywhere? Or is this just text information? Okay. So we don't know what's laid out on the tree exactly, like what hit first kind of thing. That's fair though. Oh, graphs have quality on them too? Is there an item that increases graph quality, like kind of like a blacksmith's whetstone? Is that what one of the new items does? Or do I have to just gamble and hope to get a high quality one? Smile. Additional graft. Earth additional graft. More. Rarity. Item that we know of yet. Okay. Monty rating. +1 item levels. Additional graft. Rarity. Currency wounds. I imagine somewhere in this tree, the graft item wound thing. I would imagine somewhere in this tree is also where you unlock your second slot for your second hand to be on your back. Additional currency item. Additional. Keeping the rarest outcome. Interesting. Fireborn currency. We love Fireborn currency. All right. Item stuff. +1 item levels. Bunch of stuff about what type of armors and stuff. 5,000 increased chance is a crazy ass number, but that's fair. Give you a really good chance of getting what you want. We want cold modifiers, so we'd probably do this. All right, you originally showed me this for Fireborn uniques. Okay, I was looking at everything and it got lost in the sauce, but man, I'm really excited to get my hands on this tree. Multiple Fireborn modifiers. That sounds funky, and I would love to see what kind of stuff happens with that. I'll definitely be using that notable. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll definitely be getting that notable. Fireborn's gonna be where it's at, chat. All right, back to the game. Blood for the blood god, chat. We're gonna feed that tree as much blood as we can get it, and it will reward us with sweet loot. And surely nothing will go wrong with feeding the tree a lot of blood. Chat. Anytime someone's just feeding a mysterious entity blood of its slain enemies, it's usually a good thing. Trust, chat. It's fine.
Transmutation.
I hate this zone. I hate any zone that's like small little corridors. I'm also not doing Alva right now. Alva can eat it. Not a message from my second dude. Sorry, have my ringer turned on for the first time in like 20 years. Just keep updates on my internet situation. Big node. Big node. Oh hell yeah, we're about to go into the chaos area where we get hit by 1,000 little poison dudes. My favorite. To be fair, our chaos res is like insane. We're at almost cap right now with just Ghost Wraith and Chaos Golem. So I think that's pretty good. Burn it down. Let's go. I don't want to see burn it down. Get out of here. That girl is on fire. I don't really need to do delirium at this point. We don't go into clusters right away. In SSF, obviously, you just do everything you can to get any chance at seeing something. Arf Elementalist win. This build can actually go into Arf Elementalist pretty well if you don't want to level as it. For people who are interested in Arf Elementalist, we take generic Demigod time nodes. Eventually, you take Acrimony. You also take Growth and Decay. We also take Harsh Lessons, which are all great for RF as well. The only thing you want to do is obviously undo the brand nodes and then change the cold stuff to the fire stuff. So it's not a big swap. Everything else can pretty much be used.
Transmutation stack.
For those who are wanting to play RF Elementalists and maybe don't want to league start it. Or if you just like play this and you're like, actually I hate this, I'm going into RF Elementalist. It's not a big change. Like I said, brands are not everyone's play style. I enjoy this brand. I can't speak for every other brand, but this brand is not like other brands, Smile. And I enjoy it a lot. Also, it's cold. I love cold stuff. My favorite part is when I usually do my heist start and I come back to do the rest of the campaign. I'll be like level 70 in this area because I leveled up so much in doing heist for like a few hours. that this area just becomes like a big fucking joke. To be fair, it's kind of a joke now too, but like obviously being 20 levels above where I am right now would be pretty decent. Marshall, as someone who's been to this stream for pretty much since I've started streaming, I haven't been playing music recently on the Twitch side of things. I obviously haven't played it at all on YouTube. Opinions? Do you think the no music's good? No music's bad? Think I should have like a little bit of ambiance in the back? Do you think it's just leave it for up to people to play their own music that way that people can decide what they want to listen to and whatnot? I guess other people can also have opinions on it. If you do have opinions on streamers playing music in the background. I find it's really hit or miss for me whenever I'm watching people's streams. But it really depends on what kind of music you're listening to, I suppose. Some people listen to like just electro, techno dance music. And it's not really my vibe. People listen to like also metal, also not my vibe. So like I wouldn't listen to that even though I usually like watching their streams. A Lyricast for Rich. Give it to the Ambient Guardian people. Pretty sure that's used in early Emily Guardian, right? People use their cast. There isn't a lot of CDR now on the tree, actually. I wonder if I can... Not on the tree, but like there's some bloodlines like that. I wonder if I can reach that breakpoint with Brand Recall. To essentially machine gun Brand Recall to line it up with the debuff. And make it so that I pretty much always have Winter's End debuff on an enemy. And then also, I wonder if it's worth the investment. Wow. Lara Kali. Oh shit. There's a spider here? No. She's phased. Where you at, spider? Your health's going down pretty quick, Mr. Spider. Are you okay? Oh, you gotta go eat somebody real quick? Alright, let's go watch. Oh, you're not doing that yet? Oh, here we go. Oh, my best friend Silk, who never betrayed me. He kind of did. You can see, I'm pressing like a little bit of buttons for single target. Like obviously there's 3 things to help with single target. And Wintertide, eventually you don't need Frost Bomb. That'll be automatic. Once you get like Eldritch Implicits. And then, I mean, you can technically get Curse on Hit if you want to. I like to main cast it just because you can... Curse on Hit's like I think like a level 10 version, or is it a level 1 version? I don't remember anymore. Whereas level 20 obviously gives you a lot more minus res for them. But it shouldn't... If you want to be a little bit lazier, you can get Curse on Hit. Cold Snap you'll always press. Like I said, I don't... Once I get Vol Cold Snap, I never press regular Cold Snap anymore. I only have Vol Cold Snap on my thing, and I only use it when it's a Vol version is ready. Which, for those who don't know, it's like a little hurricane that goes around you and like sits around for a duration. Alright, I don't need to kill people. Let's move. Yeah, simulate restart. Spam it. Spam it. Spam. 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 Go so fast. Spam. Spam. Hit the button. Hit another button. Yep, I just lost. Minus 10, or plus 10 seconds. Edge. I've lost the race.
Fire dip card.
A Rogue's marker. That hit me. So yeah, so here, this is not, like I said, not in the guide, but if you are Ghost Wraith and you're worried about Chaos killing you because you only have 800 health, here you can take the Mastery for... Okay, I'll go over so you can see a little easier. 30% damage taken does not bypass energy shield. That way only 70% goes to your life, and the other part is actually hitting your energy shield first, which is a little bit extra defensive. But like I said, you with Ghost Wraith and your Golem, you are already almost capped on Chaos Res, so it shouldn't be too bad. If you want to do it, you can. If not, you're softcore. If you're hardcore, definitely probably don't use Ghost Wraith on the start. That's a choice you have to make for you, you know? Did I turn in my quest here? Oh, I didn't turn in my quest. Dex strength, or Dex End is what we want to use. So if it's good, we'll use it. If it's not, we won't. That's a lot of strength. Everything else is pretty ass on it though, so trash. Bad. Also bad. Whalem, what you got for me, bud? Oh, thanks, friend. Whalem, you're so great. Two ways to approach this. In the guide, I believe I do. I go through the life nodes. So, for instance, you go here, here, and then you go here. If you don't care about the 10% life and a 10% energy shield, which I do, I value that a little bit higher early on, and you want to save yourself some respect points later, you can go. You can just go here and then immediately go here, which saves you like a point. And eventually, that's kind of where the direction goes. We unspec these points anyway later on. But if you value the extra life and energy shield early, which I do, I recommend taking them to make your way towards here. But you don't have to if you don't want to. Just alternative paths for different things you can do and whatnot. Oh, let me see. Message. Game is on sale on your Steam wish list. I don't care right now. Not right now. I'm not gonna talk to anybody. We're just gonna run. Runaway train. This act has one of my favorite campaign secrets in it. We're not close to it yet, but when I get to it, once we start getting to the Lunaris and Solaris temples, I'll talk more about it for those who are unaware.
Transmutation stack.
A stack. Gotta get back and get those. Probably also be pressing. Oh, Chaos Orb and Rich. Meowdy chat. Has that got to be Tyler? The got to be. Yeah, to be Tyler. Classic. Does your child inherit like your username? Like, for instance, if your kid was named John, would it be got to be John? I know your kids' names. I just didn't want to say them out loud. This is not my place. Just to be clear, funny, because like I actually don't remember what your kids' names are, even though we hang out sometimes and go like walking in parks with like your family and stuff. Wow, fake friend. Don't even know my kids. Rip. Has Bree decided what she's doing now? She realized that currency doesn't go into the new league. For anyone who knows Tyler and his wife, who are best friends, and they hang out like in the chat and stuff. Bree's new to PoE and mostly gaming in general. So she played PoE first time last league. Really played it or whatever, and like Tyler helped her with like Pox RF, that kind of stuff, because Tyler's a big RF fan, and it's also like a really easy guide to follow and stuff like that. And she wanted to play again this league, and because she's gonna play RF again, when she was talking to Tyler, she assumed that like her currency and stuff would still exist. She's like, I only have like so X amount of chaos orbs or whatever kind of thing. Like, so I won't have enough to buy like things I need. And Tyler was like, you don't get any of that. So fucking funny. Welcome to League Mechanics. New wipe. Goodbye, Doedra. Oh, goodbye, me. I say goodbye. I wouldn't say who was leaving. You know what I'm saying? Don't tank Doedra's hits like that, chat. Be a better player. She was distraught. So she can always start Wintertide Smile. There's an RF version of Elementalist you can go into. She can leech off of your old gear if you're still planning on going to Wintertide. I think that's what she's gonna do. Perfect. More people testing is greater for me. Oh, I need to harass Jake actually. Now I think about it. I gave Jake said he undecided what he wants to do, and I might have pseudo convinced him to also try Wintertide for me. And then I asked him if he wanted to test out alternative starting tree for like Act 1 and see how it feels. Because I know how it feels for me, but I'd like to know how it feels for other players to play it before I like decide if I want to include it in the guide or not in future iterations on other leagues and stuff. So Jake's doing me some playtesting stuff. Tyler, if you, I know you don't like to playtest stuff, so but if you want to playtest it as well, it's really just like an Act 1 and 2 run. But I know you like to just savor all your playthrough for actual launch. Whereas Jake has a Tylenol addiction and plays like only PoE for every day of his life. Yeah, he only plays PoE. Yeah, since he discovered PoE 2, he has not played another game besides PoE 2 and PoE 1. Except for like he played one night where he played Peak with us. That was it. I mean, if you like it, you like it. I mean, there's a lot to do in PoE, so if you're able to like focus that long and do it, I mean, I love PoE. It's probably one of my favorite games of all time. But like even then, like my ADHD, I need to like change things up, so I can't play the same game for months. I can play PoE for like a month to 2 months, and then I want to play something else for a little bit, swap it up. But I mean, for people who are really into PoE, like there's definitely a lot of stuff you can do in this game to enjoy for long lengths of time. Especially since he's so new to it. He's less than a year in the PoE universe. I don't know what games he really played beforehand. I want to say whenever Hannah would talk about Jake, he was playing like shooters and stuff, I think, and not really ARPGs. I don't know if he was like a Diablo player or anything like that. But I can't remember. So I'm not sure if this is like his first introduction into ARPGs or anything like that too. Whereas I've played since like Diablo 2 update. That being said, in my off time, while my internet's not being well, I was looking for a single player game to play. And I'm playing RimWorld a lot. I got all the expansions now. And I'm having a blast with that. Good old war crime simulator for those who are familiar with RimWorld. That being said, unlike Tyler and the majority of the community, I don't really commit any war crimes. I'm a very ethical gamer in RimWorld. Actually, I feel bad if I try to put people in too small of rooms. I've seen situations where people just put them in like a 1x1 or a 1x2 like room where you just like a bed and walls. No, I like to give him space and everything. Tyler's a psychopath though. I commit him. You can quote me on that. Get him, chat. That being said, it would be fun to do one of the I forgot what they call them exactly, but like essentially it's a vampire playthrough. You start off with like a sanguine person and like one human that you can use to like for blood bags. It's a very funny scenario, and I would like to do that one day. Right now I'm doing a mechanoid playthrough where you start with a person who has the mech-link chip in their head and like a couple of mech companions. It's really fun. I'm now getting to the point where I can start getting the larger mechs once I get some more components. Because as always, for my playthroughs at least, components are the largest holdback. Like we said, I am in a big mountainous area. Like there's a lot of mountains surrounding me, so I'm now having a bunch of my people just making tunnels everywhere, looking for more components to dig up.
Operation stack.
Pal Steel usually back. To be fair, I only just recently started getting into the Pal Steel stuff. I have a little. I remember from my old playthrough when I first started playing it, like I don't know how long ago, it was like a year ago or something. I don't know. I remember Pal Steel was an issue, so when I've been trying to when I see Pal Steel or Plasteel, sorry, Pal Steel. When I see Plasteel and I see components in like traders, I try to buy them as soon as they start having money for it and start being able to like see them in there. So I have a little bit built up for when I got into the Plasteel stuff. I was able to get like the workbench upgrade. I forgot what it's called exactly, but that was my first thing that I had to build with it. But yeah, I foresee me running into an issue where that becomes a problem. I haven't gotten into the spaceship stuff yet because I feel like that's going to actually cost me a good bit of steel, I imagine. So I feel like going into it too soon is probably a bad idea. But I've been really enjoying the royalty thing. That being said, I think next time I start a world, I'm going to rebel against the Empire.
Alteration. Let's do.
You can make components too, it's been a little bit. Components can be crafted at fabrication. Oh, the fabrication bench. I haven't gotten that yet. That's what it was. Yeah, it can be crafted. I just wasn't to that point yet. I actually just researched fabrication bench. I think the issue I have right now is that I need 12 components to make it, and I don't have the components. Was what it was. So once I get that, I can start making some, and it goes well. Assuming that it doesn't cost too much to make them. It looks like it only costs 12 steel, which I have a fuck ton of steel, so that's fine. All right. But to be fair, I'm also not the most optimized gamer. Like, obviously, people are like probably like, my first components only go into this kind of stuff, and I always research these things first and go here. Like, I was just like vibing, picking everything up, and like look at all the new stuff, and whatnot. It's a good time. I do have a no drug policy at my colony, so people who have a dependency, I usually just exile them because people who have dependency will eventually just die if they don't get drugs. Need a good cook. Honestly, I mostly wing it. I think like there's some like getting a cook is nice. Getting someone that's good at intelligence stuff is really nice early on. But and ideally one person that's okay at fighting, even if it's just like using a gun to like go hunting with. I like to be able to do that. That's only the red juice though, right? Dependency for dependency deaths. What's the red juice? Like is that what the go-go juice is called? Or is it red? I search juice. Go juice is blue is green looking. Red cocaine. You have to figure it out. I had someone in not this playthrough, but in the previous playthrough before that, who had a go juice dependency, I believe. Let me double check myself. Yeah, because I needed the Yayo, I needed the Neuroturine. Yeah, they had a dependency, and they became catatonic or sorry, they became comatose, and they lay in their bed until they eventually died. So go juice is also a dependency that kills you. I'm not sure if it's all drugs or if I just got unlucky. But anytime I see dependency now, I just exile them. Or I don't recruit them if it's a prisoner or anything like that. Luciferum. I haven't seen that one yet. But go juice dependency kills you. I know that for a fact. Yeah, it's gene related stuff. Like if they have not dependency, if they have like just an addiction to stuff, you can wean them off of that. Like, addiction you can wean off of people, which I'm fine with. Like dealing with a little extra suffering while they're fighting their addiction and withdrawal. But there's like certain genotypes have dependencies that like their existence, they have to have that to survive, kind of thing. Which is the dependency part. And the only way I saw online how to get rid of it is to go into like the gene splicing stuff and try to remove it from their gene pool. Which I was like nowhere near the point of the game to do a lot of gene splicing. So I was like, and I also, while you can get into some of the gene stuff early on, I was like, I need to learn a little bit before I start learning a lot. I had to like narrow down where I want to learn. I'll eventually love to get into the gene stuff, make some good old cat girl colony chat. But for now, I'm trying to focus on just learning the mech stuff, and I'm looking, learning to do the royalty stuff, which is like a magic-based kind of thing. And then I'm gonna look more into like the grav ships and like the gene splicing and that kind of stuff. If all this stuff were off my gibberish, I'm so sorry. I never talking about PoE, but I'd rather talk about anything chat wants to talk about, really, than just talking to myself about random shit. Yeah, the game, because I played with no DLC, and then I went from no DLC like a year or so ago when I played it a little bit to all the DLCs, and my god, the amount of stuff in the I don't fully remember what everything that was in the when I played the first time, but it feels like there's just so much more shit now, which makes sense because it's like 5 DLCs. They each cost like $15-ish, $20. But you can obviously like disable what DLCs you want to use and stuff like that when you load the world. For people who might get overwhelmed. Okay, so I mentioned earlier campaign secret. One of those points you need is inside the Solaris Temple, which we are in now. Once we find the waypoint, I'll discuss a little bit more. But once you get to Solaris or Lunaris Temple, same vibes. You just gotta get to the waypoint, and then it's the same thing. But you need to do both to get the secret. Like, how's my res in general? My fire res need a lot of love, but it'll be okay. So, like, normally if you were struggling with stuff, you'd want to, but we don't want to go concourse. You would probably go craft like a little bit of res here or there, or actually start picking up gear because as you'll be able to tell, some of this gear is not very good, chat. But yeah, Ghost Rife, yes. We got a Chaos early on. In fact, we got another one recently. We got like Act 3, and then I was like, we don't get asynchronous trading technically until Act 6, so we wait to Act 6 and then purchase a Ghost Rife. We pull it out of our existing stash, and then we use the craft recipe to make it a 4-link 4-socket, which doesn't cost a lot. So we're Ghost Rifing right now to showcase what a trade playthrough looks like, because that's what I typically play in. But I explained it that you can run rare armor and be just fine. I just like Ghost Rife. 1, it looks cool. Very spooky. And then 2, I love big blue shield. So I got lucky and dropped one? No, I bought it for myself. That being said, the Genesis tree will have a chance to give you unique stuff, so maybe you get lucky and get one pretty early on. Oh, right. So waypoint. So we got to the waypoint, which I didn't mention. Once you hit the waypoint, there's going to be a room. I found it just now. It looks like this. So this room up here, it looks like this. It's standing up by itself. In this room, there's a button right here. You press this button, this room will light up. There'll be text on the screen, and that's how you know you activated the correct thing. A shadow passes briefly across the rising dawn. The room lights up, so you've activated the one for this temple. In the Lunaris Temple, there will be a similar room nearby the waypoint that you have to press for this secret. Once again, this secret is not... a lot of people don't like to do this. It's a little bit out of your way. It's a little bit annoying. Waste of time. And the chances of you getting a good unique are low. I like to do it because, I mean, one day I might get a mage blood from it, and then that would be an amazing clip. So good for content. 2, I think it's a cool secret in general. And then 3, especially for SSF gamers, getting any unique is better than getting no unique. So you never know, you might get like you could get a gold rim or something like that. And that's still pretty good. You can get a ghost right from it. It'd be really nice. Yeah, so it's pretty cool thing to do. But we don't need to worry about looking for anything in this floor now other than just the boss area or whatever. We already did the secret for the Solaris Temple. Hardcore versus softcore? Honestly, if you're debating on hardcore versus softcore, my opinion is just do hardcore. Worst case scenario, if you die in hardcore, you will move into softcore. Biggest issue is what all moves into softcore. Do you keep your gold? Does your gold stay in hardcore? Do you keep your progression on your atlas? Does that stay in hardcore? I think that'd be the biggest thing, kind of stuff. So, that being said, if I were playing hardcore, we wouldn't be getting to our atlas. You know what I'm saying? I'm dying immediately in Act 1. What'd you say? What to, Kingpin? Are you saying what to the whole going to softcore after you die in hardcore? Because that's a new change for this new league. Not even making it past Hillick. Smile. If you're saying what to the dying in hardcore moves you to softcore, yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah. That's if you in the patch notes, people were talking about it. I'm not a hardcore player, so I didn't really care, but a lot of people were kind of upset or uncomfortable with it. But yeah, I'll look it up for you real quick to kind of show it. I think it's a decent change for people who want to try out hard. At worst case, you can still try out hardcore and not feel that pressure you normally would, right? The hardcore variations of keepers are parented by their standard keepers variant equivalent, meaning if you die in hardcore, you can continue on in the standard keepers league. And that doesn't mean standard, like obviously like standard league. That means trade softcore keepers league. So it was changed this patch. Yeah, I think it's cool. Like I said, one of the biggest things people say, especially for like people who play. I didn't switch screens to show it. My bad. I thought it was screens. It's right here in the patch notes under literally under the top right here. There it is. But yeah, it's a change coming for its upcoming patch. I think it's cool. I think because one of the big complaints that people had for hardcore trade is that there's not a lot of people in hardcore trade. Like the market's a lot more shallow than softcore because there's not a lot of people playing it, obviously, and it's harder to get to like the really good juicy stuff. So at worst case, this might encourage some people who play typically softcore to try out hardcore and maybe help up those trade numbers a little bit, right? Give you a little more interaction. And then worst case scenario, if you're a softcore player already and you died, you could just go back into softcore and you get to enjoy your experience as you normally would have anyway. So I think it's a good change. I know some people are throwing fits about it because they're making the game too easy kind of a vibe, but honestly, at this point in age, if you're complaining about people making games too easy for other people to enjoy stuff, you can quote me on it. You can go fuck yourself. Like, it doesn't change how you handle the game. You can still play the game the way you want to. It doesn't, like, their experience doesn't impact your experience. I think it's better that they encourage other people to try new things and see if they might like something differently. You shouldn't be able to dictate how someone else enjoys the game. Was there a rough ETA when the gym notes will be released? No, it was not. And I need GG to release them now because I really want to see the numbers for like Thunderstorm. Because Thunderstorm was the one I'm most interested in doing. So I hope they release them as soon as possible. Because I mean, I will play Wintertide no matter what if nothing else changes. But if I get a chance to play like a Thunderstorm Hurricane kind of skill, and it looks like decent, I will stay up late tonight. I will homebrew the shit, or I will POB. I say homebrew because I'm used to playing like tabletop RPGs. I will POB the most jankiest thing in the world to play Thunderstorm if it looks somewhat decent, and I will league start that instead, and still support my guide, obviously. There was a tweet last night acknowledging that there would be a delay today sometimes. So delay as in league launch, or delay as in when the gym information comes out? But yeah, I'll make something janky and play Thunderstorm if it numbers look good. because my favorite build of all time for any older gamers who played Diablo 2, I really enjoyed Wind Druid in Diablo 2. Especially because you can just put a little hurricane around you and walk around, shit dies. So anytime I can get close enough to emulating that kind of playstyle, I want to try. And Thunderstorm kind of fits the same similar vibe from what was shown, at least briefly in the trailer. But assuming it looks bad, we won't do it. Like RF but wind? Kind of, yeah. Wind and usually cold. Right, so for the secret thing, this is where you have to come back to. This room in Grand Promenade is where you'll be opening up. So I opened one door, or one lock. I'll have to open the other one, and I can open this room in here for people care about the secrets. Let me say, Killer, welcome to the stream. How you doing, bud? Let me know if you have any questions about my build, or if you want to just talk about your build, or like what ideas you're like mulling around in your head of what you're trying to decide between league starts. I love talking about people's builds and build ideas, or just answering questions about PvE in general. So feel free to vibe and hang out. Welcome to the vibe chat room. True. Like we said, Wind Druid, usually it was like a screen wide, like RF, Tyler. Yeah, swap screens back. Yep. I'm a very good streamer. I know what I'm doing. Professional streamer here. Super excited to start Wintertide Brand this league. I've only tried Peabod before, and with that, you can hear maxing stack. But is there a way to tell for Wintertide? One of the jokes that originally started in the stream, we started streaming beginning of last season, and we've kind of just run with the joke at this point, talking about vibes. A lot of my playstyle is based off the vibes of how thing feels, which is why we talk about things like vibes per divine, or vibes per hour, divine per power, that kind of stuff. There's no indicator that I am aware of to know if your Wintertide is at max stacks. But at the same time, to go with that, the good thing about Wintertide is that the stacks are actually on the brand itself, and they stay on the brand. So, like, for instance, if this brand right here that's recalling is at 20 stacks, it'll still be at 20 stacks when it reattaches to a target. So it's not so much necessarily needing to. Your biggest worry about managing your stacks is you don't want to overcast. So, for instance, if I cast like 5 things right here, and these get up to like 20 stacks or whatever, and I pull them off, I don't want to overcast to break new ones, kind of thing. That'll be your but like even that, like, you don't have to worry too much about it. Deciding what MTX I'm gonna rock the league start. Ain't trying to look like a hooker, but I want to be presentable. Hey, it's okay if you want to be just a little pretty. I recently tried out Torchlight Infinite at a suggestion of one of my normal viewers, and I played a cute little mermaid. It's okay if you want to be pretty. I don't mind being a little pretty. Yeah, I think I talked about it in the 50-minute video that talks about the build and stuff on YouTube. Don't worry too much about recalling off of them too soon. Because like I said, the stacks stay on the brand itself, and as long as you are near the target your brand recalling from, the brand will instantly reattach and essentially get uptime. In fact, if anything, recalling as much as you can is actually better for your DPS. Because for those who are not used to Wintertide works with dot-based stuff, obviously, but you can get 2 brands on a person. With a Rune Binder, you can get 3 brands on a person. Each of those brands will apply their own cold dot, which all stacks, so essentially you're getting 3 cold dots on top of a target. The giant AoE thing, let me throw this away real quick so I can pick this up and showcase. The giant AoE, the fizzy interaction that you see as it bounces around and stuff. So that fizz right there, that AoE, that's called Winter's End. It's a debuff that applies whenever your brand expires or gets removed from a target. So brand recall will force the interaction and pull it off of the enemy to force them to have the Wintertide's or the Winter End debuff. The reason that's important to note is because you can have 3 brands and the Winter End debuff, which are all 4 separate dots affecting the same target at the same time. So pulling off your brands early is honestly a DPS increase if it happens. because it gives you that Winter's End debuff on that single target. And like I said, as long as you're close enough to for your brands to re-jump back to the target, you're not really losing DPS uptime or anything like that. Obviously, if you're pulling it off of the target and you're like a mile away and it doesn't reapply to the target, your brands don't reapply to the target, that is a loss of DPS. But typically, you're sending somewhat close. That is also why we pick up the extra brand attachment range to make it easier, so you don't have to be as close to your target, stuff like that, to be able to attach your brands. So yeah, so if you pull it off early, no big deal. If anything, it helps out your DPS a little bit. That's why I don't mind automation brand recall. I know some people who play brand recall prefer to not have automation on it because they want to control it a little bit. I'm very lazy. I want to press less buttons, so I don't mind automation. But you can not use automation if you want to, and it'd be just fine. And as you can see, like the damage, especially like in a campaign, is just fine once you have the thing. That is also the reason. So the way the interaction works with the brand recall and the winner in debuff, that's also the reason that this mastery is so strong. Because when you put a brand on in a pack, it essentially just bounces around a lot between the targets and makes big AoEs happening. That being said, one of the iterations that I'm thinking about testing for this build is once you kind of hit like your cap for this build, because some people will like get to a point in Wintertide similar to like RF where you don't want to scale it anymore because you've gotten what you want out of it, and it takes more divines to scale it up than you would to invest into another build. One of the iterations that you can switch to is I'm thinking about trying out is switching to a penance brand of participation version of this build. That way you can go into a higher damage thing, but you'll have a little bit of extra currency and like obviously the levels and stuff to make penance brand not feel awful as it does for some people early on. Like this clears pretty awful early on from what I hear. So you can always switch this build over to penance brand later on if you want to push it even further. And like do some like Ubers and stuff. But if you enjoy like the slow roll, kind of like RF scaling, this works really well. Like I killed I did full Atlas, I killed Maven, I did all Maven invites, I did a couple T17s and stuff like that on this build to unlock my map device without super investment into it. And then I originally planned to invest more into it, but I wanted to make a second build to farm extra currency faster for it. And then that second build just happened to take off more in popularity, so I stuck with it longer just because the Fub Gooners ended up playing the build after I had already started it, and a lot of people were coming to me for like budget advice and stuff on it. So if you're a budget gamer, if you're not a mirror tier gamer, I'm here for you. And I fucking hate porcupines. Just vibes, thank you. Is that a Bob Ross emote? Pixel Bob, that's cute. The Icecraft, yes. Okay. So people who were worried about the single target as well, I think the Icecraft is actually looking really, really solid, especially to help with single target. Let's go talk about the Icecraft real quick. I'm so sorry for someone watching this VOD to like see how I leveled and stuff. Oh, okay. I had a random video pop up. I was like, what was that noise? I had a video pop up somewhere. ADHD Wii, yeah. Okay. So the toll graph right here, the freezing toll graph, this is the one we want to aim for, I think, especially early on. Chance of freeze is whatever. I mean, it helps with it doesn't help with Wintertide because Wintertide doesn't do the hit. Son of a bitch, swap. I'm a professional streamer. Freezing toll graph right here is what we want to do. That's falling crystals. Obviously, uses level 30 will really depend on what level we get the stuff at. But falling crystals, look at the cooldown time. The cooldown time is less than a second, so this will proc pretty often. It procs whenever you chill or freeze an enemy, which we are constantly chilling an enemy with Wintertide. And freeze. Also, I see or frozen spell wrong. It says freeze on. They misspelled. There's a typo there. Don't read the typo, chat. It's not real. But anyway, I think you read the typo. So it shoots crystals at the enemy, which will deal extra damage. So this will help out with single target because if you have eventually two of these on yourself, you're essentially just throwing like a little bit of a machine gun at whoever you're hitting. And this is a level 3 version we're seeing right here that does 17 to 26 cold damage. But you can see at least some of these scale up to like level 30. So I imagine all of them go up to like level 30. Which one it was 30 before? This one right here. So it scales up to level 30, which look at how much damage that does, which is like 102,000 to 153,000 fire damage for the level 31 right here. Which I'm not saying that this one will be equal damage, but like you can definitely see that like scaling it to 30 would be like a huge freeze on Amazon's father. But you can see it's definitely a huge single target DPS increase. That being said, each graft type, so there's Olgraft, Zothgraft, they're based off the Breach Lords, Zothgraft, Eshgraft, and Tallgraft. There's 4 types of each one. We only know 3 of the Tallgrafts so far. There's one that's referred to in the item filter notes that they released for the item filter people. It's called the Aegis Tallgraft, which I imagine is a more defensive one in case you want to use the defensive one as well. This one right here isn't really good for us. We don't really care about the minion stuff. I mean, we're not going to use Offering, but if you do use Offering, I guess this is not bad just for extra little bit of people. Dance and White doesn't help us. We don't do crit because we're dot based. But this would be honestly really cool for like a crit based like tornado build. So thinking, right? And then you can obviously go into other stuff, like for instance, if you go into this one right here, it will sap enemies on hit. It does lightning damage, so it won't be as beneficial damage wise, but sapping on hit makes them do less damage. There's also one there's people brittle, but brittle is also with crit. If there's one of the fire ones end up applying Scorch reduces resistances, so I might do like a Scorch one and a fire one, or sorry, and the freezing Tallgraft once you get 2 unlocked. So there's a lot of combinations that are pretty exciting for this. We also recently talked about the Bloodlines already in the stream, so if you have questions about Bloodlines, I'm not going to fully go over them, but I'm happy to like talk about them with you guys. The Icecraft looks really, really good. It's super solid. Pretty excited for it. While Wintertide Brand single target is serviceable, it is the area that needs the most love, so getting that machine gun effect off of your graft is probably really nice. Assuming the numbers end up being okay as you progress, kind of thing. Like we don't have all the leveling numbers for anything, really. Chat, if I die to porcupines, just know it's because 1, I'm lazy, 2, I hate porcupines, and 3, porcupines are assholes. Softcore Andy. Appreciate the subscription on YouTube. Please respond. Don't know if you're in the live stream or if you're on the video, but thank you for your support either way. Having a second guard skill would be nice for hardcore folks. Yeah, I was like the Aegis one, and there's some other defensive ones too that are actually really interesting. Like for instance, our defense is not super good early, but later on it gets like obviously really solid. You can go into like CI. Yeah, if you're going the armor block route, you get like a shit ton of block, which is really nice defensively, especially like gaining ES on block kind of stuff. Suppress is I think Suppress is still going to be strong. I don't think it's obviously going to be as strong as it was before because it took a little bit of a nerf. But Suppress is still good, Evasion's still solid. Ghost Shroud is still really good. So defensively, later on, you'll get... Also, the new Breach Lord Bloodline can give you some extra defenses there as well. So lots of cool like defensive power to be added into the build if you want to be a little bit tankier. I hate this boss too. Yeah, this boss is pretty annoying most of the time. That being said, Wintertide's not that bad. For melee, if you're a slower killing melee, it ain't for you. So it's a little rough. Oh, ADHD too long. I reset my area. Smile. Yeah, if you guys are excited about your build, you want to talk about it, you want to show POB off, feel free to share stuff. Like I said, I really love talking about PoE stuff, so don't be shy. Ain't no one here gonna, or I'm not gonna be the one here to judge you if you are asking like silly questions. or questions you feel might be too silly. Very new player friendly. I say constantly there are no stupid questions in Path of Exile. So here to help people learn and grow as a community. So thank you for the follow, Lady Valentine. I appreciate your support. I'm not saying what Marshall said. I don't have to. Marshall's going to hold me accountable. Welcome to the Vibrators. Woo! We rate vibes in here, so chat has decided to name themselves the Vibrators. By chat, I mean mostly just Marshall, and then no one's really questioned his role so far. So we just go with it. Burning my toesies. Alright. Done. Our next ascendancy. Also, the good thing about Elementalist, for people who are just considering Elementalist in general and not necessarily Wintertide, Elementalist is a pretty front-loaded ascendancy. Like, your first 2 ascendancy points are, like, super strong, and then after that, I mean, there's still strong nodes in there. But if you need to go into, like, a cool bloodline, there's lots of space for you to do that. We can definitely drop our 4th ascendancy point on Wintertide and not feel too much pressure for it. Dropping a 3rd one will lose some damage, so if we were dropping our second one, you'll want to make sure that you're getting a lot of power from your bloodline choice. Thank you for subscribing for 5 months, Crabagale Satagale, who still hasn't changed her name to fix it to where it actually says it correctly. Appreciate you giving money from me to me, Abby. How's the internet going? Overall, pretty good. We only had a little bit of a drop early on. And so far, we've only dropped 0.2% of our stuff. But as we know, sometimes we go hours with no issues, and then suddenly we lose 60% of our frames. Oh, true, Abby. You wasted your sub. You should have subbed tomorrow for the MTX on the game she doesn't play. It auto-renews. Yeah, but you have to click the showcase thing. That's when it actually auto-renews, I think. Now you don't get the cool MTX. Scrub. Do not gift me a sub tomorrow. If anything, I have to gift me subs tomorrow because I want to unlock the MTX myself. You don't play this game. Do not do that. Stop telling my wife to spend our money to give me less money. The boss has spoken. That's right. Wife / manager / editor / other stuff. Also, Radicus, if you're still in the stream, are you playing Wintertide? For the launch? We stand wife bosses here? Yeah, girl boss. Gatekeep. Gaslight. Right, so we're in Lunar's floor 1. So once we get the waypoint once again, we're gonna look for secret, and then we can head back to Grand Promenade. I think we can drop Boston Elements for Blood Incidency, perhaps, since Cold Snap is the only concern with Reflect. Oh, Primal Aegis is a huge boost for liability. No, I went over earlier. Yeah, the Bastion of Elements is the one. So like, yeah, you would drop Bastion of Elements right here. Honestly, so the Aegis is nice, but it's elemental Aegis. Like, our issue is not really elemental damage. Like, our issue for defensives is physical damage. So losing the little bit of, I mean, it's nice to have, obviously, but this is the first node we'll definitely drop to pick up a bloodline thing, which we talked about earlier. If there ends up being like a second bloodline node that you want, you can drop Heart of Destruction. But this is obviously a damage loss, about 30% more for unique enemies. So you would need to pick up that damage elsewhere, or like hopefully your bloodline that you're making the choice for gives you that. That being said, I definitely am doing one node in some bloodlines There's a few ones that I'm looking at, but that I want to test it out to see how I feel about it first before I tell people. Like I tell people what my idea was, and it's on the YouTube video in a pinned comment what my ideas are. I think. So you can always go there and see what they are, or if you want to ask questions, I'll answer them. But like Fey Rules has pretty interesting stuff with the Spectre stuff. If we can find a way to fit Spectres into the build, we're obviously really tight on sockets, and you want your Spectre to be able to live, so you need to invest a little bit into its survivability. There's a Delirium one that gives like the Madness thing be cool if we can manage our debuffs well. Aeol has a cool defensive buff with like aura effect on like discipline or potentially determination, but I like using endurance charges, so determination one's a little bit more questionable. That being said, the discipline one's good because we don't use power charges, we don't gain power charges, so like that's easy one to get extra free effect there. And then my favorite one so far though is here's the room. I found it before I found the other thing. So here's the room next to the waypoint. Boom, lights up, talks to you. We'll go to the Grand Promenade once I find the waypoint next. But the new Breach Lord one is probably my favorite one. At worst, you can just get damage reduction stuff from the one node. At best, you can get like +2 levels, stuff like that. If we end up with 4 Foulborn uniques that we really want to use, because we don't know what Foulborn stuff's gonna be ready, you know. Did I pass up the waypoint? I must have. Unless it's like over here, randomly. Right next to the door? No, it's not gonna be right next to the door. But yeah, Bastion Elements is the one you want to toss up to go into some Bloodline stuff. But, I mean, it's nice. It's a good comfy node. It helps with like not killing yourself with Frostblink or not killing yourself with Cold Snap. Wintertide Brand won't kill you to reflect because because it's a dot, and it's also I think brands do kill you, right? It's not like mines or anything like that. I don't think. I think it's just because it's a dot as a reason it doesn't hurt you. Was it here and I just missed that one little corner and I wasn't paying attention because I was talking? I don't know, I just feel crazy at this point. Where is the waypoint? Oh, is that Concourse? That's not the next level? Well, it doesn't matter because this is right here. Alright, we're gonna skip the waypoint. Fuck that waypoint, chat. Also, I'm very interested to see if the bloodlines are like level requirements. Like, can I? I'm not gonna do Lycia. I'm not gonna do. Oh, it's right here next to that thing. I fucking hate it here, bro. Or when you go to Promenade, I'm not gonna do Lycia or Sanctum, but like, can I do a low level Sanctum, get Lycia, and then like get it done? Or do I have to do like an 83 level Sanctum to get the bloodline? Kind of a vibe. So we're going back to Grand Promenade to show the secret. Once you finish both temples and you get both points, you gotta find that door again because we spent too much time talking to wipe the area. But if you still have the area discovered, you know where it's at already, kind of thing. If you're quick enough. That being said, it's usually always against this wall somewhere, so I'm sticking to this wall and just kind of running with it. Here it is. So now you press this, stairs open, you're in here. You now get to open Twilight's End for a free unique. Honestly, for some people, this would actually be a good item. Obviously not the best for us. But lots of energy shield. I mean, you could technically use this on League Launch if you want to, for just getting even more energy shield if you don't care about any other stats on like your helmet and stuff like that. This isn't bad. Pain Attunement doesn't really help unless you're planning on going low life right now, which I wouldn't recommend. But see, not bad. I would call that a win. But that's the secret. You hit the 2 temples, you get to open. You get 1 unique per character. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. This one has the highest one, so we're gonna take that. This is trash, so we're just gonna throw this here. We like cobalt jewels. That's bad. I didn't identify this. Mind damage, fire res, cast speed, lightning skills, pretty all awful. This is a lot of res actually. I'm probably gonna put that on. Then we'll sell stuff off. I'm gonna sell this just because I don't really need it on my standard character. But obviously you'd probably put that in your stash otherwise. I need to just. I'm just gonna throw stuff in here. I mean, at this point, I'm not gonna be buying stuff really. So I don't need to keep track of my currency. I'd rather just toss it away. Yo, 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 what's up, King Shades? Big damage increase, by the way. Even more res reduction. I have an extra point. Go back to the build guide. That's the other guy's build guide. I don't play Winter Orb. How's it going, Shades? What are you playing this league launch, bud? I think a mastery I could, but I think I'm just gonna go down here and start grabbing the damage over time nodes. Running this back for a league start. If they release the gym information quick enough, and I like the way Thunderstorm looks, I might just quickly throw together a thing for Thunderstorm and start the Thunderstorm. But assuming they don't release it quick enough, or I don't have time to make a thing, or the numbers look bad, I'll be playing Wintertide. Yeah. Wintertide is super comfy. I think there's a lot of the like graphs and stuff could be really helpful for the build, so it should be like even more smooth to play through this time. With also a little bit of golden buff effect, which, by the way, for people who are watching me play right now, like, oh, Elementalist is nerfed. There's a lot of new viewers right here. We're simulating the nerf right now. As you can see, I have this allocated, which is super expensive, which is why I played on like a trade league so I can simulate it. And then we did take these nodes, which gave us 40 golden buff effect, which is not perfect simulation because it's 50% that we lost from this node. But 40% as close as we can get. So we're simulating the best we can. And then I put the 3 points that I normally would spend here into totem skills, which we do not use and cannot use because of Rune Binder. We can use it, but obviously get minus totems, but we're not using any totems. So like these are just wasted points here you wouldn't normally spend. But this is how we simulate the nerf. So this is what it looks like for the nerfed Elementalist Wintertide, for those who are interested in playing the build and worried about the nerf. I didn't finish the other temple. I realized that. We left to go show the thing. Were you thinking about playing King Shades? You have any ideas yet, or are you just kind of just shopping around still, undecided? Waiting until you sitting in queue and deciding what you're going to do then? Peacock, Earthshatter, Ignite, Xang, or Wander. Those are all very popular ones. Less popular probably Peacock because people are worried about the nerf, but I think it's still going to be fine, especially if you're playing like Pathfinder. I think Marshall, who's in chat, maybe still is playing Peacock Pathfinder potentially as their comfort pick. Earthshatter, assuming the Zerker, that's the most popular one. You know, people talking about. It looks really solid. I'm not a big slammer, but it looks, from the people I've watched playing it, looks pretty good. The Igniting Sang thing is like I think Rutu's doing it, right? Rutu, I'm Exile, probably some other people. Lead Slams, Steel Mage, I think, is doing that one that I saw recently. I'm sure other people are also doing it. I mean, yeah, Slayer's pretty good. Can't go wrong with playing a Slayer, chat. If you're doing like attack-based build, at least. Yeah, turning your maximum frenzies into maximum endurance node is just super comfy for on Slayer. But, yeah, those are all super picks. Oh, and Wanderers obviously are really popular. I'm heavily avoiding Wanderers this league. I did a lot of wanding last league, for people who knew me from then, with my budget KB Trickster. So I didn't really want to do it this league, and honestly, like I said, at this point, everyone and their mom's making a Wander build, so it's an oversaturated market that I don't really want to be a part of. Need something that can get Maven down by day 3 so I can farm Wanding Gear. I think all those that you mentioned can do that, right? Most questionably the Wander one, just because you don't know until you know. Like the Slammer should be fine. Peacock is, I think, does it normally. Ignitic Saying's probably also okay at it. I'd have to watch more progression-based stuff from like I'm Exile or like Route 2. I watched a little bit of their stuff, but I didn't watch like a full amount of it, just because I'm not playing the build. If the gems look broken, then Wander start. That's fair. I know that they moved the kinetic rain from Act 1 to Act 3, if I remember correctly, and they changed the numbers to where the initial hit doesn't do as much damage. Because they want most of the damage to be in the little impact anomalies. I can't be asked doing slams for the 500th million time. That's fair. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Yeah, so I actually really like Wintertide, and honestly, like, I only played it last league, and I played it this league. Before that, I haven't played it for In fact, actually, I think I never played Wintertide. I played Vortex back when you could put it on left click and it was instant cast, and I played it for a couple leagues back then. So I liked Cold Dot, and Wintertide just ended up being my favorite version of it when I was testing it out before last league launch. So it's still somewhat newish to me. No, but second builds, I usually like my second builds to be something different that I haven't done recently. So I'm excited to see what kind of builds come out of like the Forlorn Uniques, which I think will influence second build a lot. As that is too risky doing low DPS builds because I'm not doing Maven for 15 minutes. That's fair. I did do 12-minute Maven on Wintertide. That being said, I think the DPS is actually going to be probably a little bit better this league with the graphs and stuff like that. And my gear was pretty awful actually on that Maven kill. I think I was still using the minion wand that I had that had like no plus levels and no cold dot multi on it. So smarter play probably make it better, but it's not gonna be like, once again, not the fastest pinnacle killer, right? The other cool thing about this league that I like about Breach 2.0 is that it seems like for the Hive breaches, the big ones, there's not really a time limit. It's just like doing it. So you're not pressured into being just fast clearing all the time. The regular breaches are still time limit gated, from my knowledge, though.
Augmentation stack.
Want her down in a smooth time to account for my occasional fuck up, because I will fuck up the first one. It's handwritten, God for me. To be fair, I never plan to go deathless on Maven. At least not on League starters. Like, if you get juice character later on, obviously going deathless is not too hard. But I'm really bad at memory games. I have ADHD. I lose focus, especially if I'm talking to chat. I might forget which memory nodes to touch. So there's a good chance I die in memory game chat. Fucking hate memory game. Yeah, if it wasn't for memory game, like I don't mind the spinning beams like going through there. Like that's obviously annoying for people who care about recovery, like RF kind of stuff. But like the memory game is where I die at. Yeah, you can witness Sirius now. Yeah. Feared is gonna be really funny. Having Sirius just pop up in your maps and die, beaming you off of the map. It's gonna be really fucking hilarious. That being said, the one change I do like about it, the fact that Sirius is now witnessable, is that it makes farming Conqueror maps more profitable now, because people will want like the Sirius like fragment pieces for like doing feared runs and stuff. And I really enjoyed Conqueror rotation farming with like destructive play and stuff. Where's my wife? Sorry, just talking to my wife real quick. Um, nice. Ask her if she can make me a little snack and get a little hungry. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I like a lot of the changes. I think it's cool. I really want to go Wander, but I have to slow down my progression for a bit to get defense on Elementalist. I don't think is it that bad. Like I played Wander League Start in our private league last league for Trickster, and campaign was really smooth. I didn't really start to struggle until I got to the red maps defensively on it, and I was playing Kinetic Bolt pretty much the entire time.
Divine Mana
It's
Flash.
from level 1 onward all the way. Obviously, Trickster's a little bit tankier, but Elementals gets Golems, which help out with defenses a good bit. But especially Maven Witness mapped. Just just to be fair, in the private league, because I was trying to craft the Instack wand in private league, which I ended up doing right before I stopped playing the private league. Got it right at the very end. I was farming Conqueror rotation maps because I had to farm Sirius to get an Awakener's Orb. And so like that, it went pretty well for that. On a non-instack, just like regular flat damage Wander. But once again, I was a Trickster instead of Elementalist. But Elementalist gets a lot of quality life. That's nice for defensive stuff too. You get the Golems, but you can also go into, like, for instance, the Chill or the Ignite nodes, which help reduce the amount of damage you take. Chill by just being, you know, this part. If you go Shaper for Winter, reduces damage dealt, or you can do it with the Fire one here, where you convert it to fire damage, which also is still damage reduction because Fizz damage is your big killer. As long as you're able to absorb the hit and leech up afterwards as KB, you're fine. Wander brand idea. Will it be bad? Probably. Will it work? Also probably. Which brand are you thinking about doing? You're far from the brand nodes, right? There's no brand node. Like, these are the only 2 brand nodes on the map, on the thing, right? So you'd be a little far before you get like any kind of passives. Storm. Hold on, we're gonna mess with Marshall's idea real quick. Just take a peek, see at the POBs. See what one, because I never really played Warden before because I don't really want to do tinctures. I know that you don't have to do tinctures with him. Like, you can go here. Hits that fail to freeze due to inefficient freeze duration inflict Howl Frost, Warfrost. Shock duration is probably really good for Stormbrand, I imagine, with the spring. Barkskin's good defensively. They even buff Barkskin this league to help with suppress or something, right? You wouldn't want to use a tincture. Tinctures are weapons. So like these 3 nodes are dead. Hits that would ignite instead scorch. So what are your nodes? Would you go? Are you going spring, winter, bark, and then this, or do you want Avatar of Wilds? Spring, winter, bark, Avatar, and then what would you give up? Since Avatar's last, are you giving up Avatar for Bloodline later on, maybe, or no? Could work. I mean, obviously, a little painful early on because I don't think you have generic scaling of like elemental damage. It's like elemental damage with attacks and stuff, right? So you'd have to go like straight up into like this area to grab it from like shadows. You're pretty much just cutting through here and going to shadows, right? How soon are you storm branding? What level storm brand? Does storm brand count as projectile? Doesn't it shoot? Doesn't it shoot like a little like arc off of it? Give up bark probably. That's fair. You probably just go straight out the Dex node and go up, huh? Maybe grab this for later on, or later on you can come back and grab this. a lot of travel nodes. 1, 2. Level Peacock to 36 and do something to be able to reach the brand node that's off the build. Are you testing it today? Let me know how it goes. I'm a little interested.
Augmentation stack.
It has to be hits, so Wintertide wouldn't work with that. Okay. Hey Slinky, do you know if Eye of Winter's increased damage per travel time is based on the eye distance or the shard distance? I would assume it's the eye distance, but I don't know off the top of my head. I haven't played Eye of Winter in quite a while. Last time I played Eye of Winter was when I think when it first came out. It was really fun because it reminded me of Winter Orb or whatever it was in D2. I forgot what it's called. It's not Winter Orb. Winter Orb's a thing in PoE 1. Whatever the similar skill in D2 was, that's why I played Eye of Winter a forever ago. But I would have to imagine it's the eye distance, right? Good God, it's close here. We're almost there. Log in, chat. Also, what's up, Fez? I know your Mr. Streamer's not streaming today, so you're hanging out here. To appreciate you, bud. We're gonna wiki scenes. So the good thing about PoE is there's a lot of obviously really good data out there, a lot of good third-party tools, a lot of good like player-made content for it and stuff like that. The bad thing is some of the more niche things obviously don't go properly tested. There's not a good testing system. Like, we don't have like test dummies or anything to really like try stuff out really well. So a lot of it's just like vibes. Let me look at the thing real quick. I'll pull this up so y'all can see what I'm looking at. Was looking for a while. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support. Also, what's up, Nate? How you going? All right, so are we looking at any of the trans nodes, or is it just this one? Increased damage per travel based. Chad, I don't know how to read. I'm a PoE player. Where's the increased damage per travel node at? Or line at? Oh, it didn't say travel. It's just before they dissipate. So it's like, okay, same concept. It doesn't work. I was looking for the word travel itself. That's how I was trying to read it by skipping around looking for travel. Right. It says this one right here. Projectiles continuously gain damage up to 200%. More damage by the time they dissipate. Okay, so it talks about the projectiles. The projectile itself dealing damage. So the eye right here doesn't do damage, right? This is somewhere. I forgot where I just read it. The eye itself doesn't do damage. So I imagine if we're talking about projectile doing damage, it's actually the shards. The shards damage the enemy. The eye cannot deal damage to enemies. So since this is talking about the projectile that does damage, I imagine this is shard related. That's how I would take this. Thoughts? Do you think that's actually a good point? And it mentions the word they, which means typically multiple. So they wouldn't reference a single instance of the Eye of Winter because you're firing like they're like, oh, every Eye of Winter you shoot multiple times kind of thing. Whereas you do have multiple projectiles of the shards. So I imagine it's this is referencing the shards themselves. Why? What are you cooking? What are you cooking, Fez? Huh? You got something spicy? What is it? I love Eye of Winter. I thought about doing an Eye of Winter build because it's more hit based, so it works with a lot more of the Elementalist stuff. You got something spicy? What does this do? We're getting distracted. I'm supposed to be doing a playthrough. Fred asked me. I thought I would ask you. Yeah, appreciate it. I love talking about like obscure, weird facts of like game theory like that. So always feel free to pop in if I'm streaming. and ask questions. And chat, even if I come off as saying things like I know they are correct, don't assume that that's the fact. I talk a certain way because of probably autism, but I'm open to being incorrect about stuff. Someone distract him. Don't let him reach Acton. Hey, at worst case, this is still a faster time than Fishy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Fishy's lurking right now. It'd be really funny. I don't have a timer on, so you can actually prove that how long I've done this. I said the other day when I was looking in Fishy's chat that one day I'm going to fabricate some drama between me and Fishy to garner us both viewership. The good old pre-league content creator drama that pops up every once in a while. This will be it. I'm just going to besmirch his name on his campaign times. Clip it and send it to him. And have him react to it. That's a joke, by the way. Don't do any of that. If anything, I think Fishy would just laugh. Yeah, normally I would be taking today off for my treat my wife well day before I full degen on League launch. But recently we had a lot of internet issues and we're still experiencing a little bit, but it's not nearly as bad. And actually, it's been pretty good today. So I haven't been able to stream as much as I usually would. I died. So we did all of our honeydew stuff essentially before while I was not streaming. So we're streaming a little bit today. Not for the full day, but I wanted to wrap up at least this Act 1 through 10. Fishy's lurking on stream, can see him. Death 1? Yes. I have only died one time.
Divine Mana Flask.
Chat, let me be clear. There will never be a time where I do a deathless run. Unless I'm trying my hardest to do like a private league. It's a weird looking one. Yeah, I have a special font turned on to where it makes the 1 look like a 7. But only on that specific thing. The font looks the same on everything else. It just happens to be that number for some reason. But yeah, the only time I play hardcore probably is if I want to do like a community challenge kind of thing. Cool. Yeah. Trust. Or just play Jug. That's true. Jug's really tanky. I mean, honestly, you can play Witch tanky. You don't have to do what I'm doing. You can be more careful. You could actually invest in stats that give you defenses. Death number 2. But I'm a softcore player. I like to engage with chat. I don't want to focus on my gameplay too much. I want to have fun and vibe with everybody. I'm not here. I'm not a racer. I'm not going to be tie killer or I'm exile or Ben. So like me dying doesn't matter. I'm not staking my reputation on being the best hardcore solo self-found player to like climb the ladder. I'm gonna eat deaths. That being said, I typically build POBs and I encourage people to not play the way I play. Because I know people don't want to die. And you can do that with this build pretty easily. I just, I don't give a shit. But I encourage people to build more defensively, typically. Because it's a lot better for newer players to not have to worry about deaths as much. Which I like to garner myself more towards newer player experience. Even though GG was literally just like, we don't give a shit about new players anymore. For PoE1. I care about you guys, new players. If your friend, though, does have a POB for their Eye of Winter build, and you want to share it, Fez, I love looking at things. That being said, I want self-cast or cast on crit. I don't want to do mines. If it's Eye of Winter mines, I don't want to see it. Tell your friend, leave me alone. I gotta find the thing.
Divine lie flat.
Something crazy. I mean, if you want to drop my name and tell him to pop over here when he finishes it, if I'm still streaming, I don't mind. I don't mind a little advertising. You know what I'm saying? I really need to figure out how people do that shout out thing for Twitch. Because I see Fishy doing it when people rate him and stuff. I say it verbally, but there's apparently a function where you can actually shout people out, and I should probably figure that out. I should be a better supportive creator for small streamers. Hey, if anyone has any small creators that they want me to follow and look into to potentially raid after streams, especially early on in the league, feel free to drop their names, and I will follow them to go look into them afterwards. Command / shout. People type commands? Oh my god. Command. Oh, sorry. Shout out. Wait. I have to type that. What if I spell his name? Oh, it worked. I see his little icon pop up. Shout out to Fishy, though. I know he's not streaming or anything, but he usually raids here, and he's a pretty chill guy. In fact, some people out here are here because of Fishy. Oh my god, Fire Wands? Fire spell, you son of a... You son of a... That's fine. We're not on league launch. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down. Calm down. It's okay. On league launch, you would cry there? It's actually fine. This wand's still really strong. The damage over time multiplier is probably better than the cold damage +1 cold wands or cold spells, unless you're able to craft your cold damage over time multiplier, in which case then it is not. I forgot to do my ascendancy, didn't I? I did. I only have one ascendancy right now. Alright, so normally, once you're able to, you would go back and do your Mastermind of Discord ascendancy. This is a huge amount of damage, because exposure applies an extra 25%. If you look at your Frost Bomb, which for some reason is not highlighting. Honestly, I don't remember where Frost Bomb's at. Frost Bomb, look right here. The exposure it applies is minus 25%. So you're over double that with the Elementalist node, because you go up to 40%. 40%. Pretty good for exposure. Really big damage node. Super solid. You definitely want to get this as soon as you can. And then obviously you have more minuses over here for like minus res for chilled enemies and that kind of stuff, which is really cool. That being said, someone came here earlier, showed me their POB, and they took the exposure applies at least 18%. Don't do that. As an elementalist, if you're taking the minus 25%, that means even if you apply 1% exposure, you're applying 26. So you'll always be at least over 18% affected. So that node is dead for elementalists specifically. For people who aren't elementalists, that node's pretty decent though. Bez, have you decided what you're starting yet? Or are you waiting on stuff? Are you starting Fizz.Scion after seeing some intense gameplay the last few days? Slayer Cyclone? Are you going Facebreaker? Or just regular, or are you going like Shockwave with like stabs and stuff? I had someone in my Discord who's a big juicer dude who's playing who's thinking about doing the Facebreaker version again this league. Shockwave staff? Nice. I mean, Cyclone got buffed. You should try putting instead of shockwave, you should try putting in the wind burst support, and then you can have cyclone tornadoes with your cyclones. XCD business. Why not? I really want to mess around with the wind burst support. Like I said, I love tornado stuff. I love like hurricane kind of vibes. The Shabby one? Oh yeah, they changed the adrenaline to a different effect now. That's like a lot better, right? That's what the change was. I don't remember the specifics of it, but you get like plus. Is it still? I think you still get plus 20 rage. Is that the one you're talking about? Or are you talking about one of the other Shabby nodes? Because there are other Shabby nodes, right? I think the one you talked about in the Discord though was. Oh, my ISP is messaging me. 1 second. Wild Savagery, 100% increased physical damage, 2% increased action speed, hits ignore physical damage reduction, and cannot be stunned. Which will let me get max res on body armor and instead of stun immune. What's the one that originally when Pux was doing a lot of the RF Juggernaut stuff, there's a unique body armor that gave us like +5 max res. Would you use that armor? Stampede action speed? Brass Dome, I think it's it, right? Brass Dome is what it was called. Nah, craft it. Double elevated. Oh, right. Fez, are you a juicer? Be honest. Are you like a day one? I've already completed 2 stones and I'm banging your mom kind of a person. Day 3 Mage Blood, smile. I finished last league, day 5. All Uber's done, 36 challenge. So a little bit of a juicer, yeah, kind of. Do you usually quit playing after that? Or do you like continue playing kind of thing? Or are you like a multi-mirror farmer gamer? I haven't earned a single mirror. That being said, last league chat, I did get 3 mirror shards, and that's been pretty big for me. So one day I hope to have a mirror in standard. Quick you just come back and gamble. That's fair. The good thing about games right now is there are so many games on the market that are like exciting and fun to play, depending on what you enjoy. So not a shortage of games to play if you only play for like a week or 2 of this and want to move something else. Daughter! My mirror friend said it's all about not spending. That can't be accurate. I feel like, if anything, people who are Giga Juice early on. I mean, okay, mirror friend. Is he someone that has like mirror budgets after like week 1, or is he someone that eventually goes into mirror budgets? Because if you're trying to beat the market, spending your currency earlier to gear yourself to farm better and stronger content is usually the play, or buying stuff that will eventually scale to higher prices. So like spending your currency to invest in like tailoring orbs or whatever else to eventually have more currency is usually the play as well. But if you're just a person who like week 3 or 4 you're farming like a mirror, then yeah, not spending your currency at that point is kind of the play. But week 1, if you're trying to push yourself to farm as quick as possible, you want to be spending that money. From what I've experienced and what I've heard from other people. This time I sold the Slayer and built 2 more characters: an Elementalist Fulcrum, Self Chill, Headhunter, Triple Herald, Giga, Golem, Speed on Crack Farmer, and a Cast While Stun AFK Simus. The opposite sides of the spectrum. Giga Juice, very speedy build, or Stand Still, do nothing build. One's good for AFK and while you're working from home, for those working from home gamers. You guess on week 1? Yeah. I say week 1, you definitely want to be spending your currency to upgrade yourself to a point where you can Giga farm. Obviously, don't spend too much to where you're just investing for minimal gain, but you want to be able to farm comfortably. And then, like I said, if you're to make good money, you can also just flip stuff, which is not ethical, and I don't enjoy the concept for the most part. But it is what happens because, as with everything trade, there's no ethical billionaires in PoE early on. I never actually finished the Blacklist. I think I only watched like 1 or 2 seasons and never went back. I did 55 voices and got shit. Soon. Don't worry, the 56 one... The 56 one will be the one that actually sells big. Make it all worth it. Plus, I technically could have had a mirror last league. I bought some Forbidden Flesh and Flame Jewels for like 10 div total early on because I wanted to test something out. And then a week later, they were like worth a mirror. Thanks, Fubgun. But I kept them anyway because I wanted them. So I could have had a mirror if I wanted it. They said, wait, not Blacklist. I'm thinking of Black Mirror. Blacklist is the one with, what's that dude's name? I forgot his name now. Spader? I think it's someone Spader, right? James Spader. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the one where it's like Raymond Reddington. Yes. Okay, yeah, I actually haven't watched that show. I do see clips of it there once in a while, and it looks interesting. I was thinking of Black Mirror. My bad. Totally different vibes and shows. Like I said, the first time I saw James Spader, that I recall seeing them, I've probably seen him in like older stuff and just not realized it was them because I didn't really follow a lot of actors and actresses back then, was actually when he did The Office in the terrible seasons. I'm the fucking Lizard King. Vinland Saga. Is that an anime? Or am I just like way off base? I feel like I've heard of that before. I think it's an anime. But once again, I'm not I watch some anime, but I'm not like a huge anime person, so hard to keep up with all the ones. Yes, sir? Nice. Pretty excited for Free Run Season 2, though, in January, but a little disappointed that it seems like the manga is on indefinite hiatus right now. So, womp womp. So, as an unemployed by choice since April, if you're trying to binge anything and everything, fair. Yeah, I previously worked in technical support for a company doing. I was like a lead, but they had done layoffs like a year or two ago, which my wife also worked there, and she was one of the ones that was laid off, and things have gotten a good bit worse over that time. So they offered essentially voluntary termination where you would get like a severance package of like 4 months and stuff like that. And after talking to my wife, that's kind of how we ended up streaming. Got voluntarily terminated from that company, got severance to make up certain income while I try to do streaming. Well, with like our savings and stuff. But then I heard afterwards they did non-voluntary termination like a couple months later. So Marshall's just counting down in the stream. Not a great market. A Duggery. Where's a Duggery?
Divine Mana Flask. Alteration Stack. Divine Mana Flask.
I don't know why I'm picking up things like I'm going to be using them. I actually have very little intention to change any of my gear for the rest of the campaign. So there's that. That being said, obviously, on League Start, if you're a player who doesn't want to die, upgrading your gear consistently. Main reason I don't want to do it in this showcase is because early on I threw my stuff into the stash and I didn't track. I don't want to use too much stuff that like I wouldn't normally have, kind of thing. So I was just like, fuck it, we're gonna use minimal stuff and just showcase that. But we had to start in like a trade league to simulate the golem nerf as best we could. I couldn't get a gold oil really easily to simulate it in SSF, unfortunately, or silver oil. Both were needed. So normally you'd probably upgrade like your defenses here or there. Like if you look at my gear, this is stuff I gambled in Act 3 and 4. This actually we got for Quest Reward, but like, you know, this is really low level boots. 26 energy shield obviously is not super great. Pretty bad right here. All you're really benefiting from is just the resistances. So like I said, you'd typically want to upgrade your stuff a little bit better than I have, and you'd be a little bit more tanky, a little bit more offensive at the same time. But honestly, showcasing a very poorly put together rares and stuff like that kind of showcases how strong the skill itself is, and like the build itself, I think.
Transmutation.
Yeah, my suggestion was we have a mandatory military here, so I have to leave the company, and when I come back, I had enough money to save to make investments, so it lets me generate enough money for myself and still make it more investments. So I decided not to work for a while. I was never good at investing. I grew up also super poor. I actually was disqualified from being able to join the Navy growing up because of my eye condition. Even though I did like really good on the ASVAB test and stuff like that. I don't know where you're from, Fez, by the way, but we don't have mandatory here, so I know you're not from here, I assume. So I didn't have like a lot of financial stuff like that. Like I said, we did. Me and my wife both worked. We have no kids. So we were able to save up a good bit of money before I was able to like voluntarily terminate. And like I said, they gave us 4 months of severance. So we have good supplemental income while I try to make streaming something I can make a little bit extra money. Her income is also covers most of our bills. And I just need to make a little bit here to supplement it and help out. And honestly, I'm kind of burnt out from corporate life and then also just most other jobs. Like I've worked at like fast food, I worked retail, worked in warehouses, and I worked in a corporate thing. I'm just kind of burnt out from capitalist society. So taking this time to find out what I want to do with my life, give myself a little breathing room is really helping me like recharge. So that even if I go back into the workforce and like this doesn't work out kind of thing, like I'll be recharged and not as burnt out as I was towards the end of my previous job. I don't want to go back to fast food. Yeah, I will not go. I had
Yes.
2 fast food jobs growing up. Like my first job was fast food, and my second job was also fast food. And I will not go back in fast food. Absolutely, unless they don't want to pay me like $1 bajillion. But man, customer service in general is pretty awful. Which I've pretty much always worked customer service because people are really shitty. and they're especially shitty to fast food workers, which is crazy because I'm handling your fucking food. I feel you. I also burned out from the corporate life. Yeah. I don't go back to fast food. I don't want to. Yeah. Fast food wasn't great. Retail also not great. I still had like my favorite of the retail jobs because I was on the presentation and pricing team. So I worked a set schedule from like Monday through Friday. We started early mornings and worked into like around noon to like 4 or noon to 2, depending on the day. So I didn't get like the rush crowd at the end of the night or anything like that. And we were the ones who essentially tear down areas and like rebuilt them. So like change the seasonal stuff out, that kind of stuff. So of the retail jobs, it was the coolest one. Like I said, I started off as an overnight stalker, but most of my career at Target was presentation and pricing, including leadership roles of those teams. That being said, I still would not want to go back to retail. Ignoring how awful some customers are, or people leaving like actual shit, just like used baby diapers on shelves and stuff like that, and having to handle that kind of thing. The environment of management and whatnot is pretty awful in my experience. So I don't really want to go back into that. And that kind of went into, honestly, management everywhere. Management and pretty much every job I've worked at is pretty awful, which is why I wanted to go into leadership originally, is because I wanted to try to make it better for people around me by not being a terrible manager. But unfortunately, that got me in more trouble than it was worth. Worked as a junior developer for a couple of years. It was fun. Actually doing my job and being a senior position, which I only managed teams, attend meetings, tiny bit of code reviews here or there. I got so boring. Fast forward a couple of years, I said, "Fuck it, military service, get out of sleep." People are very shitty workers. Yeah, yeah. It's just my most favorite parts about management and all the jobs that I've had is that the people who typically go for a manager position are usually the people that I would not want to be in manager positions, because they're just like not good people. People who just want to like abuse their power over others, kind of a vibe. And that's not how I view man. Whenever I was a leader over my teams, I treated them very respectfully. Like they needed time off, I made sure to give them time off. I wasn't like being a little asshole about it. Even when I took over the electronics and like team or whatever, we actually, good example of people being shitty, by the way, and shitty managers. So at Target, when I worked, we transitioned to a process called end to end, where essentially you cover like a whole area instead of everyone having like different roles touching the same area, kind of stuff. So for instance, I would cover toys and tech, which was like the electronics and stuff like that. So like I would take care of all the planograms, which is like tearing apart stuff to put new stuff up. I take care of all the pricing, which is like changing things for clearance and building stuff out. I take care of the stocking stuff. Like my team would do all that stuff, including like helping customers and stuff like that. I got so good at it that my team had the best scores and stuff like that. I also made it to where my salespeople who were in electronics selling like the phones and stuff, I have them in a steady schedule. We're like, oh, hey, what day do you want constantly off? No matter what, you're going to have this day off so that you can schedule your life around it. Do you want to work mornings? Do you want to work nights? And I had like a set schedule that was working for like a whole month, where like everyone, like my team was like, man, I really love this. I actually can plan around like my life, instead of being like, oh, I have to close now and I have to open the next day. I don't know what my week's going to look like 2 weeks from now, kind of a thing. So it made it to where they can plan their life a little bit easier. And what happened was my store manager ended up coaching me and telling me that I can no longer make set schedules for my team because other leaders are complaining because their team members are not getting the same treatment. So my team had to go back to suffering because some other leaders didn't want to put in the effort to make their team work properly and like try to make them appreciate, like not hate their job as much. So that's my example I always use of why I view middle management people as shitty. Enough of the other leaders in the store complained, where my store manager told me I could no longer do something to make my team happy because the other team leaders didn't want to do the effort to make their team happy. Middle management in most jobs are shitty. And unfortunately, that's just the way life is. Good people don't usually go into leadership roles and these kinds of things. And by go into it, I mean they usually don't get promoted into it because of how shitty all the red tape or the politics of it is. And it just kind of eats away at you at time. All right, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Let's scrub this node. Is increase the effect better, or is increase the damage per thing better? I think I tested this out. What did I find out last time? Damage gives me damage, obviously. 24k on this tree specifically, and then effect gives me less damage but more stuff. So damage one is obviously better. Who want more damage with the rest of our ability as much. But you also get to the point where like another thing exclusively to target. I didn't get too far into it in other places, but we would do like we would go to review time, you know, that thing where you have to go to your boss and tell them how good you are and hope that they give you a raise kind of thing, which is really shitty in the first place. I hate self-evaluations that don't matter for other tangent. I hate self-evaluations where they make you like say like why you are so good at this or like what you should work on kind of thing. When what you say does not matter because what the manager person writes down is what matters and actually affects your thing. So they'll just be like, oh no, you're wrong. What you said here is incorrect. This is what's actually correct kind of thing. What a shitty way to go things. But like I said, when I had a team, I thought they all did really well. We worked on like everything we need to work on. Everyone was like crushing it. Our scores were like the best scores in the whole store. So I was giving them good reviews. And then once my store manager saw the good reviews, they told me that I couldn't give everyone those good reviews. I had to give them like the less than one because we're not allowed to give everyone like the above average kind of review. So if they're like excelling, we only can do like to one. Only one person can excel. Everyone else has to be middle ground or less. So I had to go. So they and I was like, I'm not changing that. So you have to change it yourself and give them the review. So that's one of the things that ended up pushing me out of Target was I just didn't want to do their bullshit of making people look worse so they didn't have to pay them more when they were already excelling at their job and stuff. Honestly, talking about this is making me a little angry, so I'm probably gonna stop. I can feel my anger building up from the trauma of that place. Also, I'm hungry, so take a bite. I was tabbed out. Stop hitting me. That's fine. Chat, I'm dying. Okay. I'll start to replace gear just to show that you should be tanker at this point and not be lazy. I'll gamble gear, but I don't know. I don't want a coral amulet. We need an amulet to have stats on it at this point. Also, your recovery for ES is not super high at this point, so like taking consistent damage is pretty bad. So if you lose ES, you usually want to sit around for a little bit and let it recharge. As you invest more into ES regen, ES recovery speed, or going into like ES on block, if you go the block route, then like things become a lot more of a joke. Build wands won't exist next league. I'll pick it up anyway. Smile. I hate this zone. But yeah, so what we're gonna do for those who are watching and kind of vibing and hanging out, well, most likely happen is we're gonna finish this Act 1 through 10, so that I can have the VOD post for somebody, and then we might use a little bit of time to kind of like mess around POB, cook up some ideas for like other builds. So if you want to like, if you have your build and you just want like advice on it, or like maybe you're struggling with an issue, or you want me to check a build out to get my opinion on it, kind of thing. We're gonna do that at the end of the stream, and if no one has any of that kind of stuff they want to talk about, or if the gym information isn't out by then, they'll probably just end the stream early so I can spend a little more time with my wife before we go full degen tomorrow. But so far, other than a very little hiccup at the very start of the stream, we haven't dropped any frames. So hopefully, this is a sign that we can start streaming 6 days a week for 6+ hours a day from this point forward. I don't want to get too hopeful because I feel like I've been in this spot multiple times in the last couple of months. But man, I have missed talking to you guys. I have missed talking to hang out with chat and just like vibing and whatnot. So I'm having a lot of fun today with you guys. Thank you for all the new viewerships too. I know y'all are here mostly just for thinking about your ideas, but I appreciate you stopping by either way. Even if you end up not hanging out permanently, thank you for hanging out for a little bit. Even if your main streamer is just off today and you're hanging out because they're not streaming, I appreciate you coming here and spending your time here. I have had a couple people ask originally if me and Fishy are brothers. We are not. I have no idea what Fishy's real name is. Well, actually, that's not true. I learned it yesterday. I don't know where Fishy lives. We're not related. We just happen to be white dudes with beards and long hair. I would hang out more, but I have mod duties to do. Yeah, you're a mod for Arrow, I think you said? Who else do you mod for, or is it just Arrow? Not Arrow, no. Who was it? It was yesterday you said something, right? I was talking about somebody. Anime Princess, that's what it was. Anime Princess, I haven't watched the Clays Run other content, but a little bit I've watched. They seem pretty chill. Scrimps, I've seen that name, but I don't think I've watched their content. Scrimps, are they also PoE players, or do they play other stuff? Also, Fez, do you only do like PoE stuff, or do you play like, other games? Chat, don't look at the playtime. This is not the actual playtime. I need to do that to be clear. I'm usually a little faster than this. But as you can see, we are stopping a lot to talk back to chat and like explain stuff, especially in the first 5 acts. So that being said, I'm not super fast. I am usually like between 7 to like 9 hour finish time, depending on the campaign mechanic. And then that doesn't include if I go into heists for like several hours. An SOTN speedrunner. Extreme race event. What's SOTN? Sword of the Night. I don't know. Ocarina of Time. That's obviously not the same acronym. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh, Evasion Helmet. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, Symphony of the Night. Castlevania. I'm not big so funny enough, so I streamed playing for most of Hollow Knight, a Silk Song that came out recently. But I am not a big Metroidvania player. I typically do not like them. The only one I really ever enjoyed was Hollow Knight. I just don't care for the mechanic of it most of the time. But it's very pretty. My friend Tyler loves the Castlevania anime. I usually get to Act 5 or 7 and then call it for the night, or like on League launch day. That's fair. Usually before I start doing the heisting in Act 6, I used to force myself to play until I finish the campaign, and then I do one map just to get to my hideout, and then I get off for the night. That's typically what I used to do for the last like several leagues. But since last league, I started doing heisting, and now I kind of just end whenever I get sleepy, which is usually around like 12 to 14 hours into the stream on league launch, assuming my internet works well. But yeah, we're not speedrunners here in any video game. We made the joke very often last league that this is not games done quickly, this is games done eventually. Because I'm not a speedy person. Even in my youth, chat, I wasn't very speedy. Back in my young days, before I had all these old hands and slow reaction speeds. Mostly ARPGs. Was a Diablo fan back in the day. D3 happened. XD. Games done not quick. Yeah. Myself playing most ARPGs. Diablo fan back in the day. D3 happened. Ever since been PoE. Play TI in downtime. And then I play War Thunder mainly. But also, most game releases look fun. War Thunder. Heyo! League Start Wintertide test. Thank you, Jake, into the chat. King Cock, are you here? King Cock's here. Thank you for, he is! Thank you for, I have, Jake doing an alternative leveling path and, leveling gems for Act 1 and seeing how he feels about it. Because I know how I feel about it, but I needed someone else's opinion on it. So Jake's running me some tests, also to see if he wants to try Wintertide Brand for League Start, because Jake is new to PoE 1 for the most part. His first league was last league. Before that, he was a PoE 2 only gamer. Which, to be fair, since PoE 2's launched, last league was the first real league launch outside of, like, you know, the special leagues like Phyrexia and private leagues and stuff. So he played some RF last league, RF Chieftain for his league start, and moved into like Wanderer and I think Frost eventually, if I remember correctly. Let me know how you let me know how it goes, and let me know what you think about the alternative start. And then obviously you probably need to test the regular start at some point as well, so you can have an opinion on which one you like better. KB Trickster, yeah, my budget KB Trickster. That being said, you juiced it up if I remember correctly, because you play. Jake only plays PoE. Oh, Jake, we were talking about you earlier because Tyler was here, and I was like, oh yeah, Jake's testing it for me, kind of thing. I've been convincing all my friends just to slowly play Wintertide. What kind of games? And Hannah never really talked much about what games you played. What kind of games did you play before PoE 2? Were you always an ARPG gamer, or did you play like shooters or something else? So, like, what did you do? Because, like I said, Hannah didn't really talk much about it. Okay, so now we start moving over to our transition over. Okay, that's what I thought. I just had to make sure. We start going this way. Do I care about the resistances more than I care about the life? Yes. Because eventually we scale out, we off of life. We don't need this anyway. Sorry, did I say Fub Gun? Fub Gun, Tiny PP, Sit to the Void. I think I'll value this more. Yeah. Fed saw it too? Classic. But yeah, Jake, what games did you play originally before PoE 2? Because I don't know much about your history, and I didn't talk too much about your life. You know, like shooters and stuff. I went big into Apex for a while, and then came out at a bunch of Enshrouded. Dude, I love Enshrouded. Are you gonna play? Are you gonna play Enshrouded with us when we do our group Enshrouded at some point? Probably like November or December. Because they have a new water update coming out. Or do you play? Or you play with your friends because you don't like us and you're not cool? You don't like hanging out with me? Jake has his own friends that are cooler than my friends. So he only likes to spend minor amounts of time with us. Even though his friends refuse to play. Hey, League Start ruined. His friends refuse to play PoE. Smile. My friends are lame and don't like those type of games. Oh, do they play like mostly just shooters? Is that they don't play Uncharted and stuff? Sorry, Paralyzed Crow. Howdy. I would have said howdy sooner. I just took a bite as you said something. How's your day going? Not really into rivals. They play rivals. I also don't like rivals. I played a little bit because Tyler and them was playing it and when it first came out and stuff. I'm just really not big into hero-based shooters anymore. If I'm being honest, chat. Cyclone Slayer. That is the third person telling me to try Cyclone Slayer. That's pretty. I mean, Cyclone got buffed this upcoming patch, and it's very comfy to play because you're literally just holding down your button and like gliding around the map, right? Are you doing the Shockwave version with like stabs, or are you going to be doing like a? I'm just gonna sell all this stuff. Or are you doing a like base breaker kind of version? Got to give what's her face the thing. But yeah, I don't like hero based shooters either. I played a little bit of Overwatch, the first one forever ago, until I decided that I hated Blizzard, which honestly didn't take much convincing because they're a pretty shitty company. Start regular version and move it to Shockwave later on. Hell yeah. Shockwave looks pretty cool. Hopefully the 20 damage, 20% buff is worth it. Like makes it feel a lot better. I've only ever used Cyclone for casting when I do like General's Cry stuff, and then I used it for like cast on crit way back when, before they nerfed all the mana cost reduction from like flasks and stuff on cast on crit. But I heard Cyclone used to have a really big glory day back in like Legion. I didn't play then. Gives damage back upon losing Merc. Earth Shadow looks pretty good though too. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, if Cyclone doesn't work out and like you're not feeling the vibe of it, I mean, Slayer itself is super strong for just playing literally any attack based build, especially if you're doing physical attack based build. But even like going physical conversion is fine, right? Like converting from Fizz to like cold or whatever. So like Slayer's in a great spot. You can switch off to like, you know, Earth Shatter. You can do, I want to say people are talking about Bleed Slams now with like Leap Slam of Groundbreaking or Groundbreak of Shake. I don't know what the fuck it was exactly. So lots of cool builds to go on Slayer to pivot to if you end up not liking Cyclone. And that's what I keep telling people about Elementalists. If you end up not liking Wintertide Brand or you're just not sure about what you want to do, Witch has a variety of builds that you can switch to for many different play styles. So even if you use this as just getting your 2-stone and then you want to farm up a little bit to switch to like, you know, a Wander or something like that, or even like Lightning Arrow, you can technically do that pretty easily with Witch. I would say Slayer's pretty good at that as well, as long as you're, like I said, physical based attacks for those. A little more specialized than Witch is, but not too much. Plus champion with fortification stacking should be pretty good, especially with the updated Beacon of Madness boots and the new Bloodline. And then obviously, for those who know me, know that I love Gladiator because I'm a big bleed enjoyer. I love damage over time, chat. It's one league, suck it, nerds. I think I said it. Maybe it was to you. So you and Beyond are the ones who talk mostly in Fishy's Discord whenever I go in there and talk. I understand. Maybe it was like RGXT or whatever that person's name is. I understand that they want to like do the whole, oh, this archetype's suffering a little bit, so let's do like a bunch of buffs to like this archetype. But I wish they would sprinkle in more stuff for other archetypes at the same time, so that it's not just 50% of the player base wanting to play wands because they're the only ones who got stuff. That being said, obviously we still got stuff. It's just I wish they had like some skills that were not wand based. I want to make a Templar first and get the smite attack, then delete my Templar and make a duelist and use the smite to level up. That's right. Do you get smite early on? What level you have to get to get smite? Oh yeah, you get it right. Okay, it's literally you mule it at level 1 or level 2 rather, I guess. But yeah, you get smite right away. Quality versus over quantity. Yeah, I mean I get it at the end too. I said they still did some changes to stuff, but you could have like not added one extra wand thing and added an extra something else. Like instead of like 5 wand stuffs, you could have added 4 wand stuffs and one other thing, right? But we got the assassin rework, which is another thing I'm interested in. I'm interested in so many things, but I don't have enough time or attention span to do them all. So we'll see what I get to when I get to it. PoE 1 until PoE 2 comes out with Druid, which is in December. They announced that they're actually releasing it in December. I'm curious if they're going to try to push it back to January to avoid being out during the because they take like a 2-week holiday, right, in New Zealand for Christmas. I'm sure there's a skeleton crew and whatnot like they did for the launch, but like I know the launch didn't go as well last year, so I wonder if they're trying to avoid that happening again. But I usually play PoE 1 for about a month to 2 months, depending on what's going on. And then I'll play, if I play only for a month, I'll play a little bit of variety between then and PoE 1 or PoE 2. And I'll play PoE 2 for about 2 weeks because there's just less content there for me to enjoy right now. I think it's still a good game. It's just there's not a lot there for me to mess around with. And then I usually mess around with other ARPGs. Like I did a little bit of Torchlight Infinite this recently, and that was pretty fun. The first time I played Torchlight Infinite, it was a pretty good time. I had a blast with it. I'm excited to go back into the next season whenever it happens, depending on if it doesn't line up wrong with PoE. And then I also played Last Epoch a little bit, which I didn't like as much, but it has promise, and there are things there that I do enjoy. But of the ones I've tried this year, is my least favorite of the ones so far. And then I played Titan Quest 2 the beta, but it's like literally only Act 1 available right now, so there's not a lot of content there either. But it was really fun with what I did play. Oh, you're a console player. Honestly, I wish they would move the console stuff. Like I make cross-platform, like for PoE, because I heard console just has like one of the worst trade markets because there's just not a lot of people there and stuff like that. Things are just so like me being like, oh, this is 10 div, and then you go on console and it's like 50 divs for that item. Hurts a tough life for you guys over there. If they push back to January, that's fine as well. Yeah, I think they might, but like I said, who knows? They might want because I see 2 ways of it for the launch for PoE 2. Either they want to release it in like early mid-December so that there's more people playing it for the holidays when everyone's kind of like off, or they want to wait until after the holidays so that they can repair any major issues that might pop up from the launch a lot easier. So I can see it going either way. And I'm fine with either one. Like I said, there's no shortage of video games on the market right now to play. For honestly, for ARPG or for variety people. Like, what's the ARPG timeline right now? Anyone who plays ARPGs and really likes stuff, this is a cool website. ARPG timeline. You can kind of see what's ending, what's coming. So like /Diablo, I assume it's some kind of Diablo mod. I don't play Diablo mods. I haven't really heard of this one. Dwarven mods I heard of, but I don't know if I would play that. But you can kind of like see stuff like Diablo 4. I wouldn't play that either. Last Epoch. Nurse for Wicked was on my wish list. I don't know how good it is though. Hero Siege is a popular one, I think. You can kind of like time out when things are going to happen. That being said, for December, currently, I don't think PoE 2 is slated for there yet. It looks like it's end of December is where it's slated at. But that's an estimated timeline based on when the league started, which it was started like 2 weeks later than they wanted or something like that, right? 2 or 3 weeks. But I imagine them doing the tower update mid-league was them kind of leaning towards like this, we're not going to have like a bigger patch until the new year kind of thing. But we'll see. Oh, I did say I would make upgrades to my gears to show how tankier it can be, and then I didn't do that. We're just not gonna do it, chat. What do you want me to do? My hands are tied. My hands are tied, chat. I'm just gonna have to eat some deaths here. It's gonna be okay. My flasks aren't even upgraded. Like they don't heal me properly. These are flasks from like act 4 or 3. What do you want me to do, chat? Hands are tied. I can't change my stuff. Smile. Yeah, we are in Act 10. We are wrapping up Act 10 soon. Might do a few maps to showcase, but overall, if you would, soon we'll be doing some POB reviews and POB just messing around stuff. So if you have a POB, you want to talk about a build, you want troubleshooting, you want to see opinions on stuff, feel free to prepare those POBs, and I will happily assist once we're done with the showcase. Kind of torn between starting Cyclone and Reap Mine. Cyclone automated and start from 31, while Reap Mine needs conditions in order to be successfully swapped into maps. Who's the Reap Miner at this point? Is it still Fearless Dumbo? Or are you just like making it yourself? What conditions does Reap Mine need to go into maps? I want to say last time I played Exsanguinate. Well, I played Exsanguinate, not Reap Mine. Yeah, Fearless. Okay. Well, last time I played Exsanguinate, I didn't play Reap Mines. It was pretty easy to do Exsanguinate. What's Reap need special to go into maps? Because I haven't watched Fearless's new video or anything like that, so I don't know how the build looks these days. I think the last time I played Exang Mines was like, I want to say like Affliction-ish era. Maybe Necropolis, I don't know. A lot of people were in my chat talking about Cyclone though, so it seems to be a popular pick right now. One of my biggest things for League Start builds is I don't like builds that take forever to come online. Like, I know optimally you can play like Rolling Magma into Armor Crema to a certain point, then respec into a build kind of thing. But I usually want to play my main skill on, like as soon as I can. Like I switched to Wintertide, like at level 12. I have Wintertide on. I fully switched to it at like level 16 to 20, depending on other passive choices. Once I get the first brand mastery, and then like I play it. Some people are like, you shouldn't switch to Wintertide until like level 30. No, I'm gonna switch to it right away. I love it. It's so fun. You can't make me do otherwise. So builds that make you wait to like early maps to swap to it, I really don't like those. I understand maybe it's more optimal and that's just the way life is, but for me, it doesn't pass the vibe check, you know? Conversion to cold and life regen with 2 uniques and a 5 link. Does he use Kikazaru? I know that was the life regen ring that they used. Yeah, okay. That ring's pretty good. Does he now do double Kikazaru instead of just one? It's not bad. A lot of regeneration. 120% reduce effective curses. Pretty good. Not one still? Okay. Got it. I'd say 2 wouldn't be bad. I mean, it's a lot of regen. Version of cold? I mean, version of cold, you need Himsara, right? Oh, that's probably a unique you talked about. Himsara, probably. Yeah, okay. And a 5 link? You have to have a 5 link to switch? Can you send me his video or his POB or whatever? I just want to take a peek at it. I will never. I'm not gonna say never. I will avoid my best to judge other content creators, especially ones who are much larger than me, on their POBs because I don't want to clip farm. My biggest issue with miners and miners, as in far as people who use the mine skill, my biggest issue with people who are using mining skill and like traps is that recovery on those playstyles is very, very low because you can't leech, you can't get on hit with those attacks. So your recovery for those builds are pretty limited by like, using things like Tinder Skin or Tinker Skin rather, sorry, and like just getting a lot of generation from the tree and stuff. So it's really usually a fast clear. But regenerate is a little low for me. Examine reap high impact charge mines, minefield critical strikes. One, two, three, 4, 5. Oh, so it's a double 4 link. That's why he needs the 5 link, because he puts reap and exsanguinate in the same links. You can't just do 2 4 links. I'll look at it in a little bit. I'll stop asking you questions. I'm so sorry. I don't know what his sockets look like. I guess maybe he's having socket pressure issues. They're bratty and they make too much noise. Smile. I don't hang out like that. We don't have kids, and I really don't leave my house or do that. The only kids I ever really see are my best friend Tyler's kids, and they're young. They're like little babies, so they are annoying. Smile. What's your so you said Cyclone or this one? What's holding you back? Like, are you worried about XYZ on this build and now on this build? You said the automated thing, right? So wait, what do you do before you can get 5 links? What does he play? Is that the issue? You don't want to transition so late? Movement speed is kind of slow. Movement speed's only slow if you make it be slow, right? Fez, you're a Cyclone enjoyer, right? Opinions on the speed of Cyclone? Doesn't Cyclone increase speed with like quality? That's Tumult that does that, isn't it? That's attack range. That's not quality. There was a thing. Oh, didn't they just buff? They buffed it like last league or something like that, to where the most he put penalty wasn't as bad. I died. Deep slam plus FB. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, move speed, obviously, because the skill itself has move speed reduction built into it, so it is going to be slower than, like, you being a bow character and off-screening people and getting, like, 6 frenzy charges plus phasing an onslaught constantly kind of thing, right? But there are ways to make it faster. Like, you don't have to always be slow. You increase speed as you invest more into the build. Getting into, like, eventually, I assume Mage Blood's probably okay to get into. That obviously increases your move speed a shit ton. Stampede boots. Oh, yep, Fatalized Cow, sorry, not Cow, Crow. Said Stampede boots, I'm pretty sure add... Are Stampede the ones that where they reduce... The Stampede. Yeah, it has like a base value. Yeah, it increases the base value, that's what it was, okay. There's also the new tech that Fez was talking about earlier with the Oshabi bloodline. Also dealing with like the rage and turning it into I forget what the buff's called now because it's not adrenaline. They changed it from adrenaline.
Progress is literally how you're measured.
So there's lots of ways to make things speedy. But I mean, you're not gonna be as fast as a bow character, right? You get a point where you don't hold Cyclone, you just jump into a pack and tap it. Yeah, even when I was playing Cast on Crit, that's sometimes the case. Like you get to a point to Cast on Crit where you don't have to hold it down if you don't want to. You can just like blink over and then like quick tap, and then everything just like shatters around you. When I was doing like a Cock Frost Ice Nova. Also, I definitely don't need to be in here. I finished the quest already. But if the issue is that you're worried about the swap over to Xang was kind of late for you, if you don't vibe with a skill, you don't vibe with a skill. I don't play builds because it just doesn't fit my playstyle. It's a good build. Doesn't mean that I want to do it. Well, Cyclone got a buff this league, so gotta enjoy it, you know. The Shoppy Wild Bear node gives Savagery at max rage, 2% action speed. Action speed is the only thing that scales movement speed. Damage is an immunity. Yeah, all that sounds great for Cyclone. You only have to give up one ascendancy point for it, so not bad. Yeah, 31's like the latest I'd want to transition to my main skill. The skills that people were like, oh, swap when you hit like 70 or even like 50 plus. I'm like, oh, that's so long to play something I don't want to play to then play something. And I understand that like still the majority of your playtime will be on the skill you want because most of your gameplay is in maps. But man, does it feel so bad doing like the whole campaign not on something that you don't want to play just to get to the thing that you do want to play. For me, at least. But that's just like that's just a me thing. Some people are totally okay with that just to get the maps faster, kind of a vibe. Call from War Staff. Exactly, I'm the same as you. Hell yeah.
Transmutation staff.
That's why I tell people constantly. It's like I force Purity of Elements into every League Star build I have because I really like the comfiness of Purity of Elements. Less care about resistances, and I no longer get stunned or like frozen or anything anymore. It's just such good quality of life. Like I could obviously equip a better damage aura or or whatnot. Like I can put haste on to go faster or malevolence, but I'd rather have the comfiness of Purity of Elements. We're all about vibes and comfort here, chat. This is if you're coming here to learn how to get a Mage Blood in the first 3 days, you ain't gonna learn it unless I randomly drop a Mage Blood. If you're coming here to hang out, learn how to fix a build, learn some new mechanics, that's what we're here for. Fez, do you have a guide for the Cyclone that you want to share, or or just a POB that you'll be following, or are you top secret tech kind of a guy? I can promise you, I'm not Jung Roan. I don't snitch. Smile. Which streamer do you want to shout him out? Shout out. RF season I played. Cenovix. Alright, I don't know that one. I'll have to look it up. I played. I'm kind of a beginner POB and started to hang everything and crafting atlas and all that stuff. Well, if you enjoy my vibe and you want to hang out, hopefully my internet is fixed from this point on and I can stream 6 days a week like I was before. And I commonly help people with like build questions, especially even if it's not my own build. I have a good general sense of the knowledge of the game, even though I don't know everything perfectly. So I can at least like help guide you to where you need to go or look into things. So like I love looking into details about stuff. And I love crafting. If you want to watch some of my old YouTube content from Mercs League, where I did full crafting showcases for budget KB Trickster. Because like I said, I enjoy showing people how to do crafting stuff. So, hey, you following that same Cyclone build? Okay, perfect. Yeah. You just follow Pox? Yeah, Pox is super great for Righteous Fire, especially his version of Righteous Fire. New players, there's so much content out there for you to like learn from. But if you want to dip your toes into something else, totally reasonable thing to do. And obviously, you can't follow Pox RF's crafting guide if you're playing like a Cyclone non-fire skill. I mean, I typically we said it last week because it happened a lot. I typically attract a lot of RF players I think it's just because Wintertide plays a similar style of RF as far as like damage scaling and kind of like relaxed playstyle. And I think I just bring a similar energy of like nonchalantness.
Transmutation.
RF is so comfy and not that slow, but the damage starting to feel a little lackluster sometimes, and the feeling of monsters die by itself from burning. I miss burning mobs. Yeah, RF has issues with scaling. I mean, it's the same kind of issue that you'll eventually hit. Like doing Ubers on Wintertide isn't like it's doable, but it's like doable in a sense that like it's technically doable on Righteous Fire. But the good thing about Elementalists is that you can shift into a more hit-based build to scale into be like a Giga Juice farmer if you want to, farm Ubers or whatnot, without too much like respec or investment. Big node gain, chat. We're at a little bit under 2,000, so 2953, one node, 2364. Big. So don't understand the Uber stuff yet? Totally understandable. Especially, was your first league last Mercenaries, or like, how many hours of new are you? If I play RF these days, I'll only be pivoting to Castle Stunned. Yeah, Castle Stunned's Giga Juiced. If I played RF, I'd probably go to that too. I would either... There's two things of RF I'd want to play now if I played it again. Because I obviously played it before when it was Juggernaut based. However many leagues ago. I think it was like... Last time I played it was in Crucible League. But the Captain Lance version, the Gagarf Scion RF, is probably my favorite way to scale the build. And then obviously going into Cast While Stunned is... just a good cozy, like I'm an AFK here and hang out with chat kind of a vibe. But from what I know about Cast While Stunned, it is not super new player friendly, because there are specific things you have to like meet to make sure it works properly, and not every new player are going to automatically know how to do set this stuff up right. Even though Emrakul's has like a great guide, as we all know, PoE players hate reading chat, including myself. So you have the best guide out there in the world, people will not read it. I played 300 hours, but all in different leagues and a lot of pause time in the middle every time reaching the end. Okay, so let me kill Katava. I can go into my history PoE because I had a very similar experience to that, but mine's just probably older experience because I'm definitely more experienced. I'm like I think 4K hours now, so I guess I haven't got my PhD in PoE yet, according to Fez. But yeah, about 4K hours now. But that's kind of my same thing. When I first so I played Diablo 2 a crazy amount growing up. Probably one of my favorite RPGs. I spent like I don't know how many hours in that game. It was amazing. I played D3 when it came out and was like, but I still played it for a good bit. I honestly don't remember what season I ended in, but after a while, the whole like new season, and it was just like we removed everything you loved and added a new set armor. Have fun with the new season. After so many times of doing that, I was like, okay, I'm kind of tired of just doing the same shit. So I was like, let's go look at Path of Exile. Actually, that's not true. I looked at Path of Exile before I did D3, I think. Hold on, let me look at timelines. Torchlight a lot? Oh, Infinite? I actually just played Infinite for the first time this league. More than 14k? Oh, sorry, I missed the two messages. I thought you said 14k in Torchlight. I was like, what the fuck? 14k in PoE, that's good numbers. Oh, I'm definitely gonna die here, chat, by the way. The part where he decides to breathe fire on the entire area and you have like nowhere to go that's safe, I'm gonna die there. Just so we're clear. That's a guaranteed death. Because I don't have max fire res. And good recovery. There's a safe spot? Oh shit. Okay, you want to learn something? Where's the safe spot? Can you articulate it in words, and I'll do my best to guess it. 3K or something? I played Torchlight for the first time. It was pretty good. On the other end where it starts from, like, so, like, for instance, if it starts on the other side, I stand over here in the back, like this, and this is safe? Or nah? Okay. I feel like I've tried that before and I still get hit. Maybe I was too far up, I guess maybe was the issue. Is it only, like, the far corner? Don't stand on the corrupted blood, chat. I will say it every time. I hate bosses with crazy amount of phases. You get 3 phases maximum. We don't need 5+ phases. I played hardcore this time, so I learned that. Fair. Stop hitting me. Itava. Alright, so he did that. So if I go stand over here, I should be safe. Thank you, Fez. Thanks, Fez. See, chat, we learn and we grow together as a community. Even 4K hours in, you can still learn stuff. Slash played. Under 10 hours. Let's go. In Torchlight, by the way, I played Serena. I played a mermaid. I was very cute. I played Howling Gale. Once again, if I could play a cyclone / hurricane tornado skill, and it'd be like usable, I will. I had a lot of fun. I didn't get to 8-0 though. I stopped farming in 7-2, and then I was like, I'll push more, and my internet started to die, and I was like, I won't push more, and then I started to do this. But it was really fun. I was had to go back next league into Torchlight. For any viewers out there who may be King Hawk, there's a craft recipe usually here. Once you land here, make sure to grab that crafting recipe. It has some good crafts on it. Smile, Jake. All right, so normally around 70s where we do our swap over. We got 12 refund points to be able to do it. Essentially, we're taking out all of these kind of middle nodes right here and moving over to... You don't need that one, it's bait. And moving to the other side. It's not bait, chat, by the way. Don't listen to that guy. That guy's a fraud. Can't have to do unspec stuff first, right? Yeah. Oh, so this actually messes me up. Okay, so I need to not spend 3 points, unfortunately. Oh, I need to catch up here still. What's happening? Oh, I'm in the refund button, that's what. I'll take out this node. Okay. All right. So now you'll have to use gold, which we have to go to Fustus. Or if you have some regrets and you want to use it, pop off. But right now you should be able to do Faustus pretty easily. Obviously, I have a lot more gold than I should have because it was migrated to standard, unfortunately. But like we can see how much the cost is, and you can judge based off of that. I did the wrong thing. So for unspecking, we want to unspec these 2 nodes, which cost like 800-900. So you say like 1,000 apiece. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So about 800 gold. Sorry, 8,000 gold is all you need to finish the respec. And I think I didn't. Oh wait, here we go. And I think I didn't even finish. Whatchamacallit, doing some of the regret books. You can obviously do all, not use your regret things if you want to, and use this all for gold if you have enough gold to do that for the swap. That's totally fine as well. But that's just showing you a couple different things. If you need to, you can use one thing. If you don't, you can use the other. It's totally okay. All right, we got 12 points though. Oh, I'm in respec mode still. And we have 3 points we don't want to spend because we're technically have 3 points here. So we're going to pick up some stuff. Pick up the regenerate. We also got to fix our stats, obviously. So we'll probably have to pick up some fun stuff along the way for that. Damage over time. Then, all right, and that's where we have to stop. Is there 3 points I can throw somewhere that won't actually affect the build? Probably throw it right here because I'm not dual wielding, so I shouldn't. These recovery rate would hurt me. Would help me out. Here we go. While dual wielding, so these nodes actually aren't part of the tree. I'm just using these 3 points to get the points off of my thing. But these points would go typically here. As I said, you simulate a little bit better, and it's fine. You're back. Gotta eat. Theta 3? Oh wait, y'all are talking about stuff. Farm Profound, sitting at 1 trillion DPS, but then started to look at PoE League start. You don't need to start that was bait, because Streamer will craft this for you, smile. Just Theta 3, that's what everyone's on Theta 3, right? It's pretty good, pretty cool looking. A lot of my chat was also doing that. Push Profound, then lose enjoyment, because quad credit card wielders make economies spasm out so fast that I can make fee. You can get upgrades more. That was one thing about playing my build. Like, there's obviously some expensive pieces I didn't get to. But I was playing free to play. I actually got lucky after about 40 tries. I pulled Swaying Bonnie, which is an amazing channeling pet. So I was able to feel good about myself. And then you get the free one eventually too. All right, so I need some dex and some strength. I'm going to craft the smallest amounts. I don't think you're going to craft the big ones. Also, I don't think you would have this. I'm going to craft these. You should have this at this point, I'm pretty sure. I think you probably also have this one, but you'll definitely have the bottom ones at least. Any suffixes open? And then you would also obviously I need more strength than that apparently. You would also fix your res at this point if you need to as well. But honestly, if you have extra money, do a little bit of gambling at this point. Get you some extra stuff. I'm not going to do it just because not a real league start. But you can do a little bit of gambling. You can actually upgrade your gear properly as you progress through the campaign instead of just sitting here jorking it like I was the entire time. We can probably craft on cast speed at this point. That one's all 6 things. I put a little res on here so I can get some little fire res on here. Or I can craft for life if I want to. I'll go for the fire res though. Boots are good. This is something. Put something on here. We could have put strength here actually, and put res on one of the other things. So, like for instance, know that ahead of time, and you won't have scour, or you might have scours, but like you obviously don't want to scour like this, like if you don't want to. All right, and then if I can rechrome this to all blue, perfect. We'll have to summon our golems again. I pull the card Erosion Pet, same pull actually. I want to try Erica Crosos to throw some time. Yeah, I'm interested in doing some other builds in that game, but like I said, PoE just came a little quicker. Like if they released like maybe like 2 weeks sooner, I probably would have spent more time playing TLI, but they didn't. So just the way life is. Okay, so with just this gear, which I'll hover over it slowly, This is all stuff that I found besides this, which I technically bought, which I simulated. But all this other stuff was found. Some of this gear is very low level stuff. Like the wand obviously upgraded pretty okay. We got cold damage over time, spell damage, LA damage. If you get cold spells, great. And craft some cast speed. This helmet, it's level 47. I got it from one of the quest rewards. This is item level 35, so I've had this for a while. It's mostly just making me stats. It got a little bit of life. Mostly just that for the decks. Obviously, you will not be able to allocate Golden Commander, but that is part of the simulation. You wouldn't have any allocation here unless you want to do like a really cheap one. That's fine. But that's just been showing the nerf to Elementalists. This is just res stats. And if you get life and energy shield on here, great. If not, res and stats is all you're looking for on both rings. And the shield is same thing. It's just defenses. Ideally, you'd probably get like a not armor ES shield. You probably just want like a armor ES shield, or evasion ES, or just pure ES shield. But I just grabbed this. If you look at the item level, 35, pretty early on. Still haven't really upgraded. This right here is item level 44, but it's literally 26 energy shield movement speed boots. That craft movement speed too is not even like good movement speed. So like all this gear is pretty rough. Got around level act I think 4 is where I gambled at for most of this stuff. I picked up like gear. These flasks have not changed. This is my first flask I got from Hillrake. This is level 25, 18, 27, 29. So it's been like since act 3 I haven't changed my flasks, even though I'm not really using mana flask anymore. But this is all to simulate the stuff. The tree looks like this after the respec. These 3 points are just not needed. They don't benefit me. I'm not dual wielding, so I don't get any of these stats. They're just wasted points to simulate this right here, which is once again the golden buff, golden nerf. So with all that poor stuff, we're at 4,200 energy shield, 900 life. Our resistances are capped. Chaos is lower, but that's okay because like you're in white maps, you don't need chaos res right away. Obviously you can get it, great, but it's okay. But you're capped on all your other stuff. We are elemental ailment immune because of Purity of Elements. We have Malvoyance for damage, a little bit of defense, life pool added from discipline, and we're automating. So like this is like the level 70ish build, even though I'm 69 technically, or 68. So once I get the last 2 points, I'll be a little bit stronger because I'll be able to take the more damage nodes, which these are huge damage for us. Keurig won't have a mission for us, so I'm just gonna grab a random white map. Just gonna hide those remove only tabs. This is my league start. I have 178 divines. It's a joke, chat. That was a joke. XTD. Yeah, XTD for real. Let's go to the maps. We have to go to remove only for the maps, aren't we? Oh wait, Kirk's right here. Can we just wait? Helena's right here. Oh right, move Kirk over here. Oh, does he have a quest for us? No, he has twisted things. Can I have a level 1 map? Actually, no, wait, fuck it, we'll do level 2. Usually we get level 1. We're gonna do a level 2 map. Here it is to showcase. We might push a little bit further to see how it looks. Unfortunately, I have a full skill tree. Oh no, it reset it for me. Perfect. Okay, thank God. Did some off-cam heisting in Sanctum. We got to show 7 mirrors. I'm not an off-screen gamer. I won't say the only thing that I did for offline gaming was I ended the stream and then one of my live searches popped up and I immediately went to go buy that item and then I didn't craft on it until the next day when I was streaming again. That was the only thing I did offline. I'm not really an offline gamer. But so the damage looks in maps so far. You can obviously upgrade yourself to be with better rares, especially for like tankiness, quality of life kind of a thing. If you're going block, you want more armor and so on and so forth. You can get better flask if you want to. I usually don't change my flasks because I'm very, very, very lazy. I change them whenever I'm able to automate them. So you need like, glass blowers and all that kind of stuff. You see that guy just chunked me pretty hard because Essence be spooky. Most of my life is gone right now, so I just back up a little bit. There we go. He dead. Thank you for following Fatalized Crow. I appreciate the support. Thank you for hanging out and vibing, bud. But this is like a very like I will be better than this on League Start. On actual League Start, my gear will be better than this. So I'm glad I'm showing the absolute abysmal Act 3-4 gear into maps kind of a thing. But the clear is obviously really good. I'm not going to clear the full map. Here's bossing at this current investment level. Oh, also the other important part, very important part. I didn't do any more ascendancies. I forgot. I was like, I'm going to go back and do them. And I never did. This is one ascendancy. This is just with the golem node. We didn't grab Mastermind of Discord. We didn't go and do Heart of Destruction, which are your big damage nodes. Keep that. Probably should go do that and then showcase again. But keep that in mind that you should do that kind of stuff. But see, like the boss damage for clearing white maps, obviously pretty good, despite all of my ability or my desire to nerf myself pretty hardcore. I forgot I didn't do the ascendancies. That's so fucking funny. What else did I want to showcase? Do we want to, let's just throw in like a tier 6 map. And we're going to make it rare because that's what we would do on League Launch. Because you obviously would want to be able to progress your Atlas. Like I don't just farm maps for not progressing until my Atlas is completed. Unless I'm like out of maps, obviously. So we'll do a yellow tier 6, I think that one was. I actually don't remember. The other one was tier 2, white map. I expect us to die here, by the way. Mostly because my defenses are questionable, but you can see the damage is not questionable. The damage is great. It's great. My defenses are definitely on the questionable side at this point. To be fair, my defense has been questionable for quite a while now. And I just utterly refuse to do stuff about it. But you can see the damage is pretty decent, right? For the current gear investment, I'm 4 levels... Sorry, I'm 5 levels under the map area. Not bad. I'm not even cursing. Like, so if I put my curses down and use my other buttons, obviously things die faster. But if I'm just using Wintertide, this is only Wintertide with no curse, no exposure, no cold snap. I wouldn't recommend you doing ritual early on, unless you have chaos res. Because Ritual does a lot of chaos. There it is, a lot of chaos damage, which will just like one shot you through your energy shield. So just keep that in mind. If you end up playing this build like I want to farm Ritual right away, you can, but maybe don't go Ghost Wraith. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe just go stay hybrid for a little bit longer. Or if you're a real Giga gamer, actually, I'm pretty sure this breaks the build because I lose Ghost Wraith's transfer to this. I can obviously pick up Chaos Inoculation now. But I think I would have a very, very low energy shield pool. And you wouldn't want to use Chaos Inoculation with Ghost Wraith. This isn't PoE 2 where that works properly, or works especially. You just lose a bunch of ES, I'm pretty sure. Which we'll test it out to confirm. Boss damage a little bit lower. Once again, 5 levels under. Bad gear, but not bad. Let's go see what we look like if we hit Chaos Inoculation, though. Let's untake this point. Alright, so we're at 4248. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that while you're on Ghost Wraith. I recommend people, and I just talk about this in the video. Minimum, you want 5,000 energy shield, not on Ghost Wraith, to swap to it. But if you're feeling a little risky and don't mind one shots, you can swap it like 3,000 if you really, really want to. Best MTX for Wintertide, there is 2, if I remember correctly. Entire ones. That being said, I only own the Celestial one, but we'll go look at it real quick. Actually, there's only one. It exists as Celestial. That's all there is. The good thing about Celestial brand effect for people who want to buy MTX Warriors is it's Celestial brand effect, not Wintertide brand effect. So this applies to like the other brands as well. This will apply to I think Storm brand, Penance brand, probably Arcanist brand and stuff too. So it's a good purchase if you can get it on sale, and you like playing brand skills. I will show it a little bit. We showed it early on. It's more of an electric effect, kind of a thing. It's like a pulse. It has a little bit of visual clarity than the regular one does, but it doesn't have that sizzle that I really like. So it is prettier, but I like the sound effects of the other one better. See, there it is. You can see the visual clarity is a little bit better because you can kind of see like the holes in the middle of the halo of the ring halos. Whereas with the original one, it's just all fizz, like little suds. I'm a Celestial enjoyer, so that would work for me if I play brands. Yeah, a lot of people like the Celestial line of MTX, so this is a good thing to do if you want to MTX. I typically also am a person who doesn't like to equip MTXs until I finish the campaign. The only exception is I want to put on my Pilfering Ring as early as I remember. That way I can track my stuff better. And then I also like to equip my pet. But like as far as like the skin MTX is like my outfit, so I don't equip it until later on. My favorite MTX, you can't get anymore, so if you're a new player, get fucked, I guess. It's right here. Charge my life purple. Good old Night Lotus helmet from Affliction League's challenges. I'm a big purple life enjoyer, chat. You ever go to someone's hideout, you go trade with them because you're not using asynchronous trading for some reason, you see their life's purple. This is why. It's amazing. Was there anything else I wanted to test or say? Not really, right? Did I say something I wanted to do and I just didn't do it? Wait, that's like the level 70-ish build. That's the campaign run. If you're here to watch me just play the campaign, you can stop watching or you can hang out for a little bit. Okay, we're going to talk about some POBs. Might do a little bit of cooking for potentially swapping myself to something that's really untested for League Start. We'll see. But obviously, in campaign, please go do your sentences. At least these matter. Your Uber one can obviously wait till much later or never. You need the points either way because you have to get bloodline points, right? But yeah, not bad. And then obviously you can switch off of like this kind of stuff once you go Chaos Inoculation. You don't need the bypass energy shield thing. You're immune. Cool. Anyone have any thoughts or want to ask questions about specifically this part of the build before we move into anything? I'm going to probably get some water because I've been talking for a minute. So if you have questions, feel free to ask. I'll be right back. I'm going to get my water real quick. And then we'll get into some stuff. I'm back. No questions? Cool. I'm gonna drink of water. I already drank a bunch of it because I was a little dehydrated. To be honest, I needed it for like the last probably an hour and a half. But the build feels good. Hope you guys enjoy it if you didn't play it. If not, I'll probably be playing a League launch. And you can hang out here and watch it. But for now, we're gonna talk about other stuff. Oh my god. Okay. So PoE does this does this thing where I just open a bunch of tabs and I never close them off. As you can see here, I have so many tabs open. Like here's 4 of them together. All right, this is the one that we were talking about for the mine thing, which has ARPG timeline on it. Close off these tabs over here. My computer is just like, why are so many Chrome tabs open? What are you doing to me? It'll be fine, computer. He'll be okay. Let me close off tabs and then we'll talk about this build. Actually, I think that guy said he left, so maybe we won't talk about this build right now. We'll wait. I have winter here. We talked about that with Fez. Did your friend interpret the I have winter thing the same way I did? Fez? Yeah, nice. I just keep opening more and more tabs instead of like using the ones I already have open. Oh, that was gonna say for me and my wife. That's our Stardew Valley information. All right. Okay, well, we'll talk about it. I mean, worst case scenario, I can always know my opinion, and if that guy comes back, I can like share it. So his big concern was not swapping till later. Looking at this, that's late map. So let's go look at where does he swap at? Oh, you don't swap till late. So he doesn't even do it here. He has a 5 link in his boots. Probably just an error. Probably means his chest. Oh, it's a 5 link because of. That's so technically a 6 link because the aura gems apply to the pyroclast mine, right? I don't know. There's like a bunch of things here, right? Like, check the notes section. I'm not gonna read all this because I'm gonna follow the build. I don't know. It feels like I would try to just do exsanguinate earlier, but obviously he plays the build. This is the way he likes to play it, and this is what he thinks is best. So there's probably reasons for that for him. But me, I would brute force it earlier. I think. Late maps. What does late maps look like? What level is late maps? 94? $93. Has this build fallen so far that you need to be 93 to play it? I want to say when I played it forever ago, like I swapped to it like really like pretty early. Like maybe like level 40. He did Pyroclast for a little bit, but you must switch to it pretty swiftly once you got like Kizaru and stuff. Interesting. What's real? I mean, reap? I don't know. Okay. Um, Inverted. Yeah, makes sense. Crit stuff. I don't know. That's super late for me. Okay. When that guy comes back, hey Rocco, that guy comes back. I'm gonna say like if you wanted to, you probably just brute force this earlier. I don't think you have to wait till 90 to switch over to exsanguinate. If you don't mind potentially maybe struggling a little bit more. I don't know the ins and outs of the build, obviously, but 90 feels really, really far. Everyone who's new, this is one of my baby boys. This is Rocco. You can see one of the siblings back there hitting my poster, probably. Oh no, you can't. She's a little bit higher. Yeah, being a menace to society. Me and my wife have several cats, and you'll see them pop out of the stream once in a while. Hey, Rocco, I'm gonna put you down, okay, buddy? Rocco is the biggest baby boy. Realize Crow has a POB to share. Perfect. Cyclone. No gear, just the tree and a couple gems. Okay. This isn't the guy you were talking about earlier, right? This is just like you did this. I assume the guy who has that guy who does a lot of it probably has more information on it. Your accuracy is currently too low. Well, you don't have any gear on. That's the issue. Okay, we'll see. You have a bunch of accuracy to make this actually worth it. What was the unique you had? Judgment staff. +1 maximum power charges. Gain power charge if you knock an enemy back with melee damage. We're level 64. So this is like campaign going into early maps. It's not bad damage for campaign going to maps, I guess. Melee hits Fortify, probably. Yeah. Life recovery from Leech. More max rage. Going way up here for some sovereignty. You probably have to take like these nodes, right? Chemist right? I think your mana costs are going to eventually get to the point to where it's a little high. Like you're generating 7.7, you're spending 29 right now. Plus, this allow you to like a mana mastery, like that. Or you could also take this instead right here, which would go a little bit out of the way, obviously, but this gives you a little bit of mana leech. You can also do both if you need to for mana. So you're still overspending mana even with this because you're spending 19 now, but you're only generating 7. Now it's more balanced. We'll take this off. You kind of need both. Or solve mana other ways. Inspiration support obviously is pretty good in a link, which you're able to equip it. Add it fire, add it melee fizz. Herald of Ash, Herald of Purity. Leap Slam, faster attacks. So early on, are you like a hybrid fire kind of build, or are you just adding fire because Herald of Ash good early on? All right. Yeah. Like I said, the only thing I would worry about is your mana sustain early for campaign. But if you're spending mana flash or whatever, and you don't have a lot of reservation because you have 200 unreserved mana, so you still have lots of mana. So if you're spamming mana flash, you're probably fine not to worry about this stuff. My big thing about all my builds that I like to play is I love to not worry about life gain and not worry about mana regeneration because I don't want to spam flasks through the campaign. I'll still use them every once in a while in like big hits. What do you do for mana? Yeah, so like this cluster right here is pretty good. It reduces the cost of your attacks, which includes like Cyclone, obviously. So if you notice your cluster attacks right here, or sorry, take this off as well. So you notice your mana cost right here on the left. I'm on the right screen, right? Yeah. See, okay. You notice your mana cost actually right here. It's 6, but your mana cost per second is 29.4. So you want your mana regeneration or leech, if you're leeching, to be more than your spend per second. So that way you're maintaining your mana. Otherwise, you're going to have to spam flasks. So if we click right here, which is 3 points, pick up Spirit of War, this will give you a little bit of leech, but also reduces your mana attack for both these nodes. So you can see this right here. Goes to 29 down to 24, but it also gives you leech, which gives you 17 leech on top of your mana generation, which equals over. So these two numbers combined will be more than your mana spend per second. So just that would fix it. But you can also go further if you want to. There's like mastery right here for reduced mana cost to attacks. But I usually use mana masteries to pick up mana reservation efficiency. That way you can fit in better auras, more auras, so on and so forth. If you don't want to get this exact node, I think this one's better because it gives you the mana leech. But you can also just pick up this one right here, which will replace some of your cost with life cost. And you can still get a mana mastery here. If you have more life nodes, like right here, you can also transfer some of it over into life. So skills cost a little bit of life instead of mana. So see, now we're at 7% right here, but this is only 14, and you're leeching more life than you are spending, like because you have a lot of leech investment. You could also technically go 2 points here for a little bit of mana and life leech on top of whatever you're already invested into. Like right here, you got a little investment, but you can technically go right here for mana and life on the first node. And if you want to, you can technically spec over into like more life or something in focus, or you can just do 1 point here, move over here. Early on, if you get a little bit of blight currency, you have like let's say you buy yourself a Carnage Heart, which I think is probably a really good starting amulet for a lot of attack builds because it gives you leech, it gives you damage while leeching, and it gives you like stats and I think resistances as well. You can anoint Clever Thief for very cheap indigo, verdant, and clear, or very cheap oils. and it gives you a bunch of life and mana leech. So those are all different ways you can kind of help solve mana early on for yourself. You could also technically just go blood magic. I do this whenever when I used to play Bleach Shield Crush a lot. I would, for very early, I would just go blood magic. And I usually do this when I only really care about one aura, for instance, like Pride, because you can go. What's the blessing called? This right here, yeah, it's Eternal Blessing. So you can Eternal Blessing like your Pride, for instance, like for damage. Let's take this off real quick just to showcase. So right now you can see it takes off right here, boom. Just go ahead. It's free. It's a free aura. And then all your stuff is life cost. So for instance, this mana stuff isn't as important. Also, the mana efficiency doesn't help because it has no mana cost for that reservation. That being said, if you want a second aura, it does use your life. Usually, when what I do is I'll pair this with, since I'm doing blood magic, I'll pair it with vitality, which will reserve some of your life. Obviously, you can see how much life it reserves right here, which is 233. Where is it at? So like you're reserving 10% of your life essentially to get a bunch of life regeneration. That helps your mana issues because you only worry about life leech and you're solid. That's it. So once you focus on life regeneration, life leech, like for instance, if you want to pick up extra life regeneration, Hardy's a really solid node. You can even take the mastery for extra 50 life per second. And see like your life regeneration goes up to 450 with vitality and with this versus like, let's turn off vitality real quick. We're at 450 versus 62 life regeneration. So like the life cost doesn't matter as much, especially when you're leeching as much. You also should get the leech as instant mastery. That way you're leeching a little bit better. That being said, I don't know the Cyclone build, but like in general, when I do duelist attack builds, these are like the things I do to help solve mana early on. Later on, you can invest in rare rings that give you the reduction cost of skills craft thing, and that's usually how I solve it later on. But early on, I do blood magic or I invest into the Spirit of War and Cannibalistic Right Tree areas. So that's just me. You ain't gotta do what I do. Yeah, like I said, I usually I'm used to doing, especially like in campaign before you do all this stuff, you can like add life tap to your skills to make him cost life instead. And I do that sometimes for like my movement skills, like I have like shield charge and like frostblink. I'll link them to like life taps to where they cost life and stuff instead of mana, in case I'm like reserving all my mana and like don't have a room. But yeah, it's just little thoughts. If you didn't want to do blood magic, like I said, you can get your attacks cost life here for a little bit, and like I said, there's a life mastery that also makes it to where your skills will cost a little bit extra life as well, which helps out the whole mana issue. So lots of little ways to fix it. It just depends on what flavor you want to go for, what feels good for you, what's right. If you want, like I said, the blood magic thing's really good if you only want one aura and then vitality. If you want like 3 auras, then I wouldn't go blood magic, obviously. But it's not bad for early. I do it all the time on my Bleed Shield Crush playthroughs. What are we going for first here? Ooh, impact for area effect and stuff. Wait, we're Slayer, right? Yes. Or do you go for the more leech stuff, like Brutal Flavor? This would probably be a lot better for you if you're doing the life cost thing too, for your first one. But obviously at this point you would have at least 2, if not 3 nodes. But yeah, I think it's probably a good first name. Cool though. I mean, I like Cyclone. I think it's interesting. I just happen to not be playing on the bottom side of the tree right now. But if you run, like, if you play this and you run into any other issues, like, oh man, I'm struggling with this, feel free to stop in the stream. I don't mind like taking pauses to help people out. I said the only time that I don't want to pause to help people with POBs is on league launch day. Every day after that, though, you can pretty much stop by and ask, and I don't mind helping out with stuff. Anyone else got POBs they want to show off? Any questions they want to ask or anything like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any information for Thunderstorm, so Discord link invalid. In that About Me section, or where? Does this work? Oh, no, it doesn't. It must have, I think it's only good for like 100 uses. I'll make another one. Okay, let me make another one real quick. But yeah, there's also, so if I'm not streaming, we talk about, and by we, I mean, it's a small amount of us on the Discord. I'm not a big streamer or anything, but we have a small community that helps each other like builds and stuff like that. So we talk about like different build ideas. We do build help and all kinds of stuff. So feel free to join in the community if you want to, but no pressure. I know you don't want to join every streamer's Discord. It is just for people who want to kind of like vibe and hang out. Fire never after 100 uses. Generate new link. Okay. This should work. I will change the command in the About Me section if I remember to do that. But if you want to join, that's the Discord link where we hang out at. Also, if you happen to play a Pathfinder 2e and you're a game master, we're looking for someone to do a one shot with us. Yeah, the conversation is pretty civil. I don't like my community seems to so far, and I hope to continue this, match my vibe. No one's been kind of like a dickhole or anything like that. And honestly, if someone's a dickhole, I'm probably just gonna remove them. I'm not gonna be one of those people who's like, oh, I'm just gonna allow shit behavior because it's better than not having any viewership. I would rather assholes just not watch me. I'll take less viewerships, just not have a huge dickheads floating around my environment. And I stand by that, chat. Someone comes in chat and like says something rude, I don't like. I'll give people grace. I'll give them a chance to adjust their attitude and realize like kind of thing. But if they're like rude multiple times, even through warnings, I'll just ban them. I don't give a shit. I actually need to fix my About Me section. That actually reminds me. Okay, Fez, I'm gonna put that on my notes section. Thank you. I need to fix my About Me section in the first place. Streamer notes. Fix About Me section, including Discord link. Fix Discord command. Oh, I didn't put it into the YouTube chat. Here, YouTube chatters. There's only a couple of you guys there, but if you want the Discord link, here's the new one as well. I will make sure to click on that. Or to go update that on the YouTube as well. I love YouTube people just as equally as I love my Twitch people. It's just that Twitch is more popular with my viewership right now. And honestly, chat engagement is just better on Twitch because we can do like gambles and polls and stuff like that. I hope YouTube eventually gets more interaction. It'd be really cool. All right, let's go. I don't want to end too soon, so let's go. I guess no one has any POBs. Let's go look at the POB subreddit. Path of Exile builds and see if there's anything kind of spicy floating around here. Speaking of which, I did get into the build index for anyone who does this thing. You can see me down here in the Wintertide section, which is with Lazy Exile. It's me. Hey. Pretty cool. So I don't use any skill effectively. That's not important. First paint build. Oh man, I love paint builds. Where's the picture at? These are my favorite. I love paint builds so much. This is like not the best version of a paint build, but I still don't mind it. All right, where are we starting at? We're starting here. Static Strike. We're going to ambush, perfect agony, all damage from poison, mistwalker, knife and back, opportunistic. I'm good. I'm alright. I don't need this open. Assassins. I think Assassin's cool, and I would like to potentially try something on Assassin later on. I just don't think now is the time. Wave to Fez. I just don't think League Start is the time to try. The way I view League Start is I would rather League Start something that I know and trust will get me through like a campaign and get me through like at least 2 stones, and then my second and potentially third builds are usually the ones I want to do weird experimental stuff on. But my first build, I want it to be consistent because I want to essentially, the way I did it last league is the way I said, I want my first build to be able to like, hey, my second build didn't go well. The experiment's wrong. I can go back to my first build and farm up on it still to like regain that currency that I lost experimenting on the second build. So I want to always have like a good, at least like safe starter. I've already matched for 34 hours. I still got one shot. Help! I'm an assassin. It's me talking to any Deadeye player. What is this vertical? What are we doing here? And you say you have your hands in here? Hey, cool computer though. This is for the YouTube shorts. It's for the Zoomers. For the TikToks. Honestly, I'm down for oh right, it's amplification. He's waiting like 10 minutes for it to go off. Oh my god, that was so loud. Y'all couldn't hear it. Luckily I don't have that sound on for y'all, but that was really loud. I forgot amplification was that way. I'm interested in Poison Spark for Assassin though, Fez. I don't know how you feel about Poison Spark. But I liked Poison Spark when it was the I think it's Phantasmal Jewel when we had the heist ones. I don't like the new thing where people are doing with like Pathfinder and a life flask and an anointment and boots. Grotha, yeah, I watch Grotha. Grotha's is Grotha on right now? Grotha's one of the people that I follow. Grotha's not on right now, but I've watched Grotha a little bit making stuff. Grotha's good vibes too. Funnily enough, so people who know me know I've been struggling with like internet issues for like the last 2 months. When I was watching Grotha the other day, they were talking about how they don't stream as often because he's having internet issues, and I was in his chat and I was like, by chance, do you have Spectrum? And he was like, yeah, how do you know? And I was like, I have the same issues, my guy. It was so fucking funny. He tells people to build his bait, so he's honest. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Grotha's good vibes. Like, if I end up making a Thunderstorm like build, because we get like the notes later and I build something, I'm not gonna go in there and be like, this is the best build ever. Look at these huge DPS numbers. Like, you look at my POBs, I don't like to tick conditionals. I don't like to tick a lot of stuff as far as configs go. Like, I have nothing in configs really turned on other than the fact that you kill Illyria and the fact that we're in stance. Everything else is turned off. I don't even put on the stuff that we definitely will have, which is frenzy charges kind of stuff. Like, I have notes over here for people who want to do things like that. But like, I'm not a big POB gamer. I understand this number doesn't look very big or cool for people. I'm not gonna be someone that's gonna be like, best build I've ever seen in my life. You can't beat this. Number 1 starter. That's never gonna be me. If I know something's untested, I'm gonna be like, this is untested. I'm going into the dark. If you want to follow me, feel free, but I'm not held accountable for what happens. And Grotha does that a lot, which is nice. Yeah, I see a lot of people who, like, for instance, come in here and tick like the convergence thing to like inflate the number. And I was like, convergence is only up like, for one, it's an 8-second cooldown. You only have it for 4 seconds, and it's only against unique enemies. I was like, you really need to stop inflating those numbers, but it's whatever. Nothing super fun sending that. Most people are just asking what they should do, which is what we find at this point of the league for the most part, to be honest. Honestly, I should probably watch this. I hate crop rotation because I don't understand it fully. My Slayer POB has 60 million DPS if you take everything, which is up for like 5 seconds. Otherwise, it's like 29 million. Only 29. Weak. All right, yeah. I think what we're gonna do, we're gonna find another streamer to raid. For the YouTubers, we're wrapping up the stream. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to join the Discord. But we're gonna be wrapping up the stream, and just because tomorrow we're gonna be doing like 12 hours, so I want to spend some time with my wife and like just do some house chores and stuff like that, so that when I full degen this weekend, it'll be fine. But we usually start around noon. Like I said, we're going to start an hour before league launch, and that way, if people need help with their POBs or last minute changes or last minute questions, feel free to pop in the stream and hang out for the first hour. Actually, maybe we can do 2 hours. Oh, we'll see. But if you need help, pop in the Discord. We're always answering questions there, and all that kind of stuff. But we'll be playing, hopefully, as long as my internet sustains. Today, it did a really good job. Way to go, internet. Hopefully, this internet lasts for me. I can play for the next like week on nonstop. Edge. But we're gonna, for now, we're gonna raid someone else. I'm gonna pick someone out to do it. And then I'm gonna do some offline stuff. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thing. If you have someone you want me to raid, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna kind of pick from a random list. Actually, who do I follow? That is there any smaller streamers? Only the bigger streamers are on right now that I follow. None of the smaller ones are. So, yeah, YouTubers. Thank you for stopping by. I'll do my whole spiel before we raid over and everything like that. Like I'll just spiel while I'm looking for people. Just thank you guys for. I have a bunch of new followers on both YouTube and Twitch. We are so close to being monetized on YouTube. So if you appreciate the content, please subscribe over to YouTube if you feel like it. I really do appreciate it. If you want to follow on Twitch too, that's also fine. We stream on both whenever we are able to. As I always say, no one has to be here, but you're choosing to be here, and I think that's pretty cool. So thank you guys for every little bit you do, whether it's watching an ad or a follow. It all makes this kind of dream of mine to be a streamer a reality, and I appreciate your support. But yeah, we're going to be wrapping up now. We'll be starting tomorrow and going into league launch, so hopefully you guys are able to hang out and vibe. I am currently not seeing a crazy amount of people that I know who I want to raid, so we might just full end unless someone knows someone they want to shout out for me real quick. Because I don't want to raid someone random and they don't match the vibe. You know? I'll see you in 22 hours, Mr. Slinky. See you later, Nate. I appreciate you, bud. Also, Nate, you didn't tell me what your league's starting, so I'm excited to hear from you tomorrow, bud. Or if you're in the Discord, tell me what you're doing in Discord. Super, super, super excited to hear from you guys. Yeah, I don't see anybody, guys. I'll try to do better at learning who to raid and stuff. I'll ask Fish for some advice. So we're just going to end the stream. Mwah. Have a good rest of your day, chat. Make sure to take a break from everything. That way, Chieftain RF. Okay, got it. That way you can full blast tomorrow if you're able to, and I will catch you guys then. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day, night, evening, no matter where you are in the world, and I'll catch you next stream.